KUAM-FM, Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9. Chris and Sabrina with The Link here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
What's the use? Pretend it's okay. Please believe me, but I can't stay. Burning fire, ashes flow to sea. Burning fire, embers endlessly. Shedding skin that no longer serves thee. You can't hold me, I am waiting.
The Link, here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Die sombren zelten meg, et zu te saluda, antes hum niga, radzaudzan malak estrezas, durante in todo in memu. A nogi distancia, como kupugi palu, zangiman malak guafi, ikonum nasugi airi, prebatu la noci, nai banderata gaigi, pues atan fanni bandera, kau Esta pagua pumalalapa Gilo tanu man libri Sentami ti man ko badi
Fanogita moru purita nota Kantai matu nanyagi todu ilugat Parai honra, parai gloria Abibai isla sin parat Parai honra, parai gloria Abibai isla sin parat Todo y tiempo y paz para kita Dan gini langit na bendition Conchai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon Conchai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon
Tristizu Zan putih coração Zahagu emas Zahu Todui
Sedizu
accepta y dispensation sa haguimas ki corazon na izuneni guinai san fondong corazon sampai prometi na vai panyo sunu isa dan pini tinggu rason by padesi menghihau tak dapat tu su gimalang na izuneni guinai san fondong corazon vai prometi na vai panyo sunu isau hagulinado wengizan zan pini tingku rason by padesi trinisti zan pini tingku rason by padesi dan pini tingku rason kurason by padesi.
Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jason.
Good morning.
Just had to bust that out, little Tristy. Hope you're not sad this morning. Be happy. We're alive. Good morning, 624. Joe, sir, with the beautiful sunrise cam out there in Hutman. Beautiful day outside, sir? Yep, hot. It's going to be very hot. Very wise man once said, Might be Guam is hot. It's true facts. It's Tuesday, September 21st.
Is that a very wise man who once did a series of comedic CDs?
Yeah, it's
A
I
very
heard.
wise man who may or may not be in this room right now.
I don't know. No comment, Jay. It's all brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box.
If I was interested, could I ask the very wise man if those comedy skits and original songs and parody pieces are available on Amazon, on Spotify? Like,
Somewhere,
are they available for purchase? If the person was in this room right now.
I don't know. No comment. Yeah. Good morning, Sabrina.
Coffee day.
How are you?
I'm alive.
Right on. Joe Sir's alive. Are we all alive in here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. This is not a dream, right? We're still in this pandemic thing? Okay.
There are
What P-Core are we in?
3.
We're in P-Core 3.
Yep.
Okay. That hit me last night. I was making myself a sandwich, and I was like, wait a second. What P-Core are we in? I got to ask that tomorrow. So we're still in... Are we still doing the P-Core?
I guess.
Okay, so we're in P-Core 3. The other number I wanted to ask you guys about was the car score. So Dr. Cabrera, I believe, is officially on his extended leave of absence. That was kind of an interesting one. We didn't really get to talk about it on the show. But Dr. Felix Cabrera, the inventor of the car score, has moved on. And from what public health is saying, it sounds like it could be quasi-permanent. I don't know. It's extended leave of absence. He's moved to the States, so they're actively looking for a chief medical officer over at the Department of Public Health and Social Services. So right now they don't have one. Does that affect the pandemic response? I don't know.
Did they have one before Dr. Cabrera?
Yeah, they had. It was, I believe, the acting was. Well, there was a position like medical director, and so it was Dr. Dombrowski, and then I believe Dr. Jana Maglotnia was the chief medical officer at one point.
Was she?
Yeah. So they're trying to fill that position. Anybody want to apply? Let me know.
Is the job listing on? Is it online? Has it been published? Or?
I don't know. It's unclassified, so they could hire whoever they want there. Yeah. So the car score, it's been going down, but I don't know if that's because like maybe Dr. Cabrera didn't tell anyone how to do it. I wouldn't if that was me. I'd be like, yeah, I ain't telling you crap. Good luck figuring that out yourself. Make me come up with that whole car score thing and don't even use it anymore.
No, see, here's the thing that is curious to me, because I mean I always like when the car score comes out I like algorithms. I like the car score makes sense to me. Stock prices make sense to me. A baseball pitcher's ERA makes sense to me. It's a measurement of performance, right?
Yeah.
The one thing that I didn't get last night is because curiously in the JIC report, and we can see it right now in our graphic, in the upper left-hand corner it says total tests not available.
That's because in the JIC report, so
They just didn't have it for some reason, right?
they usually on Mondays they only have the test results, like it said 16
Yeah.
out of X amount of tests for yesterday.
Which determines the rate of positivity, which is a major contributor. That's one of the coefficients of the car score.
Okay.
Which is why like I'm
That's
very
one of the
interested.
coefficients.
Yeah.
Oh, totally. Yeah. Hello.
But
Right,
that's
Joe.
why
I
I
mean,
was like,
come
yeah,
on.
it's-
Of course, that's one of the coefficients.
No, but that's when like when it came up to 36, I was like, oh, that's weird. And then I was like, okay, so if it says 128 positive cases, which we had out of, but that was not provided, do you say you just leave that part out and then the car score either stays the same or gets all wonky or what? That's when it, and that's when me as a math dork and everything like that, I'm like, okay, well that's weird.
Yeah, it just kind of goes back to you got to do like the algebra and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
yeah.
Good
And
morning,
we got that graphic
guys.
too, right? So the formula to do this is not hard. It's basically like the square root of the rate, the rate of positivity.
You
minus
lost me at
something.
square root. I didn't even know what a coefficient was. I was just playing along. Yeah, so I don't know what it's even there for. You know what I mean? Just another number filling up a space.
But the positivity rate was trending downward. Like last week, it went from like when last week started, it was over 20. It was like 20.8% or something.
That
like
means
that.
that
And then it went
of,
to 18.
of
then it
the
went to
tests they
16.
take, 20% were positive.
Yeah,
right? Which
yeah.
is that's insane.
And then I was thinking of this because I got a COVID test about a week ago, And I was even thinking, I was like, imagine being a tester at any of the private clinics at the testing site. Imagine if thinking, and how many dozens of people are you going to swab during your shift, knowing that 20%, like a fifth out of every person is going to be positive, and what that may mean for your own well-being. And I think about what Lillian Posadas, the administrator of GMH, said. She goes, you're around this many people that have COVID, there's a very good chance that you will contract it yourself.
Yeah.
If you're not vaccinated.
Yep. I was talking to some people yesterday, and they were telling me that they know of, and this is the interesting part, it's like people know of these situations, but they don't say anything. So I was talking to someone, and they were saying, like, yeah, they go to this place to work out, but they know that someone who lives with a positive, just because I guess Guam is small and people hear things that, oh, so-and-so lives with a positive, and they were there, eating out or working out or whatever. And so, guys, just remember, if you're sick, just stay home. If you come into contact with somebody who tested positive for COVID, then go get tested. Because remember, Dr. Berg said they cannot stop the spread of the COVID. And so this huge effort now that they're really trying to roll out with that meeting that they had with the mayors last Friday is like, it's gotten so bad they're now enlisting the mayors, and they're saying, hey, mayors, can you be calling everyone in your village, asking them to get tested, because they just want to identify the positives, then isolate the positives, and then treat the positives with the RegenCove in order to stave off the hospitalizations. So that's the plan, guys. Wear your mask, all that stuff. You know what to do already. It's 6:31.
We got a birthday today, guys.
We do,
a very special member of our Link family.
Yeah, I actually ran into her daughter yesterday, Chamarita Rages, who is a very dedicated listener and viewer of the Link. She's always got some great comments here on our live stream. So
She
Chamarita,
asked very good questions, too.
yeah, and then it was also John Fernandez's birthday yesterday.
Oh, wow.
Oh, was it?
Happy
Yeah.
belated birthday.
Happy birthday, Soup.
So let's go. You guys want to do happy birthday?
You know what? I would actually like Soup for the Soup's birthday.
You guys ready?
No, wait, we need the 24.
Finally saw you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Chamarita Rages, and Superintendent John Fernandez, and everyone else whose birthday it is today. Happy birthday to you. May the dear Lord bless you. Achoo, it's not COVID.
May the dear Lord bless you.
Achoo, it's not COVID.
May the dear Lord bless Chamarita Rages.
And John Fernandez and everyone else whose birthday is today, too.
Oh, yeah.
Happy
birthday to you. And in the spirit of Ariana Grande.
Yeah, speaking
We've
of...
also got something coming up in Link Update specific to that momentous moment that Ariana Grande is joining the cast of The Voice.
That's right. That is tonight, of course.
Yeah.
7 o'clock, TV8.
Right on.
Freaking the message is for you. He's freaking the message is for you.
What are you singing?
Ariana Grande.
The song Positions.
Is that what it is? Is that what she's saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's probably
no
a lot
idea.
of her songs.
I thought
that-
she was saying physicians. It's probably COVID.
I'm sure
I
the
thought
PAG
she was
would
saying
appreciate
like
that.
switching the physicians for you. That's the PAG song. It's like switching the physicians for
Oh.
you. I don't like this guy's advice, so I'm switching the physicians for you.
Well, you know that song she also does.
Bree, I think it's finally getting to me.
Well, you know that song that Ariana's also got, Chris?
Which one?
That song 3435.
I don't go deep into her discography,
But
Jay.
you could also say that like about the car score 3435. Today it's 36. Yesterday it was 38.2.
Okay. Bree, any contribution to that?
No, because I have no idea what y'all are singing. I don't even know
Are you
what
not an
song
Ariana Grande?
You don't
fan?
know physicians? Physicians?
Okay.
Y'all ain't even close to being Ariana Grande.
Yeah, oh, no,
Y'all
that-
are, I don't even know what this is.
Okay.
Wow. You know
said
you should
you're-
encourage people when they try and do
Speaking-
things outside their comfort zone.
Speaking of
Bree.
Ariana Grande, right? She
I'm
got her
sorry.
big break. She got her big break on the Disney show, right? Victorious, which you said your son discovered during quarantine, right? And you said he basically watched season to season over. How many times did he watch Victorious? You said he was
Probably
really
as
into
many times as my daughter who watched it, so I had to go through it twice.
Oh, man.
that. That gave us some people. Ariana Grande came out of that show. Victoria Justice came out of that show.
Okay.
Huh.
You done talking
Did
about?
you watch it? Because
Yeah,
you seem
you
to
did.
know a lot.
I've seen, no,
You seem a little old for it, but if
Lizzie
you're
Gillis
into it,
came out of
that's
that
okay.
show?
I don't want to judge. I'm just not even going to address it.
And in other news,
Yeah, guys, here's who's coming up on the show today.
that was an extended happy birthday present for Chamarita Regis and John Fernandez.
Here, thank you, Jay. Here's who's coming on the show. Senator Jim Moylan has something about executive security. He did a FOIA. He finally figured out the FOIA, I guess. That was an inside joke. So he did a FOIA on the executive security, and the cost of it has gone up. But Adelup saying, "Oh, that's because we got to pay these guys the COVID differential pay, which they're not paying to the mayor's staff. I don't know why, but I guess if you're guarding the governor, they want you to be in a good mood. So you probably get all your pays, right? If you're guarding the governor, it's like you get the COVID pay, you get the hazardous pay, you get the night differential. That makes sure those guys are taken care of. But the mayor's staff, come on, they're picking up trash. They got dirty fingernails."
What was it that John Jr. Calvo said when he came on the show like that one time, and we're like,
When he gave them a 10 out of 10 rating for transparency?
Yeah, and we asked John, like, what is it, chief of staff of Adelup, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, we're like, John, they're like, so do you have any response to Senator Moylan's letter? He's like, which one?
Right, yeah, he does write a few. Are we okay on our stream? I know there's guys, and we've really been hit hard by the online learning. That's just, I don't know if that's the real reason, but that's my excuse. Because everybody right now is firing up their interweb for the online learning. And so it's making us drag just a little bit.
Joseph Paris says Jason should apply as the lead physician and create the PAR score.
That's what we need, the PAR score.
Can you imagine that if there was a PAR score?
The pandemic area risk score.
PAR, get the number down.
We've also got Linda Ibanez coming in, DPW. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on with DPW, like the school busing plan, right? Also, we'll follow up on Marble Cave. I know there was something with structural engineers who are here to inspect all of our bridges on Guam.
I was, sorry, real quick. I was behind a school bus yesterday as I was heading home, and the bus driver was dropping off some private school students. But I saw it, because I was behind the bus, but you could see through the thing. When the kids got off the bus driver, he could wave and the kids waved back and everything like that. They looked so happy just to be doing it. And we talked about this the other day. Bus drivers really, really care. I've never met a bus driver that did not absolutely care about.
Oh, you didn't have a mean bus driver then. You didn't have Mr. Duenas.
Really?
Yeah, he was a mean one, right? You always had the bus drivers that was like either super mean or super, like, questionably cool.
Because you were probably that guy that wanted to sit all the way in the back of the bus and smoke.
I just wanted to look down and not look at it and just go sit in my chair and just
Trying to go to school here.
Wait, when you sat in the bus, did you always
I had a future, Jay. I was in the National Junior Honor Society in middle school.
Nice. But did you always rush into the bus to try and sit on the one, like, right above the tire or right up in the front where you
I was more like middle. Definitely not the back. Nope. Good morning. So, yeah, we're doing that with Linda Bonas, May Habib, GMH. Huge news. They've suspended elective procedures. We'll have more on that in the news and the whole show. Major Anton Ogden, DOC. They had a little rash of COVID, so we'll catch up with him and find out is that all run through. And then 9:30, Chima Mbakwam, our Chief Public Health Officer, should be fresh out of his morning meeting with the Gov. They're going to be talking about a bunch of stuff, status of Regencove. And then these exemptions. So remember, you're supposed to be able to get an exemption if you have religious or medical issues with taking the vaccine. And so we'll find out, do those forms even exist, right? And then we'll also ask about this. So we had an interview yesterday, Bree, with Lonnie Navarro from DEH about how they enforce the checking of the vaccination cards at the bars.
Self-attestation.
This is another pandemic word, right? I always almost say self-attestation.
Wow.
I don't know where my mind's at, but
I don't even think you could use that word in Scrabble. I don't think there are enough T's in a Scrabble set to like spell attestation.
I'm here to self-attestate. You got, where's that self-attestate form that I filled that out?
Yeah, imagine that you walk up, yes, hello, my name is Chris Barnett. I'd like to self-attestate because I'm asymptotic.
Yeah. Asymptotic. There's a flashback.
Oh, haven't heard that in a while.
Yep.
I was thinking about that this morning. Again.
But you know what's great about that? what was great about that was that she owned how she said it. I mean, she owned it so good. I thought she was saying it right. 'Cause, at that time everything was still kind of like new, and I was like, "Wow, is there? I got to Google that." What is
Okay,
this
for people that have no idea,
I was like,
wait, for people that have no idea what we're talking about,
asymptotic.
You had to be
just
there.
give it a real quick bit of context,
Yeah.
Bree. What are we talking about?
We're talking about I can't remember her name. She came
Donna.
on the Donna. She
Donna
came on the
Titano.
show. Last year, right? Last year.
We were still containing COVID at the time.
Yeah. And I think it was something about like going to the grocery store. She was frustrated with her child, I believe. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Because I remember watching some of her other videos on Facebook.
She was just frustrated.
Yeah, with the whole thing and.
Yeah.
And she was supposed to be saying, I'm asymptomatic, but she was so worked up and she's like, I'm asymptotic.
Yeah, and then Bree didn't correct her the whole time, and so.
And you guys didn't even know that asymptotic is an actual word.
Well,
I mean,
at first I was trying to
it's not the
figure
correct
out
word,
what
but
is
it is.
asymptotic.
I thought she was talking about something like asymptomatic. Yeah.
But you're right. She absolutely owned it. That was a
Yeah.
great interview.
And
And
then
she's a
when it
teacher.
clicked, I was like, hold it together.
She's a
Hold
teacher
it
too, so I was like,
together,
she
girl.
got to know. Yeah. And you go back and watch the video. I don't know how you would find it.
They're all on YouTube, everybody. Just go to youtube.com/KUAM News and search link + and then Donna. And
Guys, I don't know if
Then
we're
it became like a meme,
yeah.
whatever.
How many memes have
meme?
resulted from
meme?
this show?
Yeah.
I think that was a meme. The governor's thing with COVID is a
Thanks
bitch
for
was
taking me
definitely a
back.
meme.
yeah,
Needed that laugh.
that 19th floor thing. Guys, thank you, Chamarita. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Also, if there's anything with the stream, you can listen on the radio, Breeze 93.9. And then also KUAM.com, we have a stream of the audio of the show.
I got a tech tip for it. Okay, so if you are having, because I know, is it Elizabeth? Yeah, so, and we know if Elizabeth Aggie says she's having issues on and off. Elizabeth's in Hawaii.
Yeah, she's in Hawaii.
So
she's staying in Hawaii.
yeah, so obviously that's not a local thing. Liz, if you can, just try rebooting your computer. 9 times out of 10, it's like, taking like the old school Nintendo out of, if your Nintendo game's not playing it, what did you do? Pull it out,
Blow the
on
cartridge.
it,
Yep.
put it back in.
Blowing your Facebook, everybody.
That was like the universal kids like tech support. But try rebooting. Message me, let me know. We'll Joe and I will get it straightened out for you.
Right. Yeah. So if the Facebook's jumping, which is a shame because my hair's on point today. Listen on the radio.
You see Dwayne Santos' comment?
Esta data overload Gislata. Yep, that's it. Everybody's on the online. At 6:43. You ready? You sure? Because I don't want you to laugh during the news.
I'm ready.
Okay, get it out of your system.
Okay.
From asymptotic to attestation.
Oh, by the way, what schools are back in session today? Because yesterday, of
you
course,
had the
it was-
list yesterday, bro.
Yesterday was Dominican, the
FD.
Dominican Child Center, and
FD, Harvest Christian Academy, Mount Carmel. I want to
Today
say
is
Academy.
Today is.
I think today's Academy, right?
We should know this though.
Yeah. Wait, where's that?
Yeah. Thanks, Jay. Guys, the show is proudly sponsored. People like this, and they want you to like it too. So please like it, okay? We have to feed our children. Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITN and Jack in the Box. It's Tuesday, September 21st, 2021, with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Matanani.
Half a day, everybody. Guam records 2 more COVID-19 related deaths. According to the Joint Information Center, the fatalities occurred last week and over the weekend. The 180th COVID-19 related fatality occurred at GRMC on the 17th. The patient was a 39-year-old woman. She was vaccinated with underlying health conditions. She tested positive on the 14th. The 181st COVID-19 related fatality occurred at GMH on the 19th. The patient was a 75-year-old woman, unvaccinated with underlying health conditions. She tested positive on the 14th. The Joint Information Center also reports 78 people are now hospitalized for COVID. 15 are receiving ICU level of care. 8 are on ventilators. Out of the 78 hospitalizations, 50 are unvaccinated. The vaccination status of 3 unknown, and 25 are vaccinated. Public Health reports 128 new cases of COVID. from tests performed between September 17th and the 19th. To date, there have been a total of 13,660 officially reported cases with 181 deaths. 2,689 cases are in isolation, and there have been 10,790 recoveries. The CAR score is 36. GDOE confirms 4 employees tested positive. The employee cases were identified at Estumbo Elementary, Maritzo Martyrs Memorial Elementary School. Additionally, 2 separate cases were identified at Finnegodson Elementary. To date, a total of 116,184, that's 85.2% of Guam's eligible population, is fully vaccinated. Pfizer has announced that a medical trial shows its coronavirus vaccine is safe for children ages 5 to 11. That could be a big step toward making the vaccine available to the age group, and it comes at a time when COVID cases in children have been skyrocketing. Mola Lenghi speaks with a family whose children took part in the research.
I think it's just been a really wonderful privilege, really, to contribute in this way. And so,
Dr. Richard Chung is an adolescent medicine specialist at Duke Health in Durham, North Carolina. Chung's youngest son, 8-year-old Joshua, took part in Pfizer's recently completed trials for children ages 5 to 11 years old.
I think that everybody should get vaccinated so that things can return back to normal.
Pfizer announced this morning that the trials Joshua took part in showed the vaccine was safe, well tolerated, and resulted in robust neutralizing antibody responses. Those positive results mean Pfizer will now send this data to regulatory agencies around the world, including the FDA and European Medicines Agency, for approval.
The FDA looks at this data and feels confident that it demonstrates that this vaccine is safe and effective for children 5 to 11. You could have a vaccine within a month to 6 weeks.
Former FDA Commissioner Dr. Scott Gottlieb is a member of Pfizer's board of directors.
Pfizer tested multiple doses to find the optimal dose that had the best compromise between reducing the number of vaccine-related side effects while still providing efficacy that's on par with what we saw in 16 to 25-year-olds.
The vaccine has already been approved by the FDA for use in children 12 and up. Dr. Chung's older son, Caleb, took part in those trials.
I wanted to participate in the trial in order to help motivate other kids to get the vaccine.
Pfizer's announcement comes at a pivotal time in the fight against COVID-19. The most recent American Academy of Pediatrics report showed the second highest number of childhood COVID cases for any week since the pandemic began. The spike in cases has been driven by the Delta variant, which has disproportionately affected the unvaccinated.
I'm really proud of them, seeing them kind of courageously take this step and to do so really enthusiastically. Has just been a remarkable experience, not just as a pediatrician, but certainly as a dad.
Now, we should note that 8-year-old Josh was not sure whether he received the placebo shot or the real vaccine. He told us his symptoms were not severe. Mola Lenghi, CBS News, New York.
The White House announced today that the Biden administration is preparing to ease travel restrictions in November for vaccinated foreign nationals traveling to the United States, rolling back a blanket ban on travel for non-U.S. citizens imposed by the Trump administration. But it also means unvaccinated foreign nationals who have been able to come to the U.S. will not be able to in the near future. Under the new policy from the Biden administration, again beginning in November, foreign nationals flying to the U.S. must be fully vaccinated and show proof of vaccination before boarding a plane. White House COVID-19 response coordinator Jeff Zients as they will also have to obtain a negative COVID-19 test within 3 days of traveling. Fully vaccinated international travelers will not be required to quarantine upon their arrival in the U.S. Unvaccinated Americans returning to the U.S. from abroad will need to show proof of a negative test taken within 24 hours of travel. As part of the new international air travel system, the CDC will require airlines to collect phone numbers and email addresses from inbound international travelers as part of an enhanced contact tracing system. The CDC will also determine which vaccines will be accepted under the new policy. With more headlines, we head back to our television studios.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Half a day, everybody. Major headlines out of the Guam Memorial Hospital as rising hospitalizations has forced GMH to make the difficult decision to suspend all elective surgeries. Hospital spokesperson May Habib.
Our ICU is full. We're at complete capacity, and because of that, we need to open up any and all spaces at the hospital, which means that we need more staff. Our capacity continues to be pushed to an absolute limit. And like I say, we have staff that are also getting sick, which is dwindling our numbers in-house. So it was a tough decision, but it was the right decision to make sure that people get the care that they need.
All elective surgeries at GMH will be suspended starting today, September 21st, and until further notice. Habib also confirmed that as of Monday, there are 11 GMH staff in isolation and 8 in quarantine. Another 6,562 all-rise payments worth $6.7 million have been processed. These were for A status applications filed through September 7th. So far, the Department of Revenue and Taxation has processed 24,798 claims, totaling some $26.2 million. The program is supposed to be capped at $30 million, but in a news release, Adelup again confirmed that the governor is committed to satisfying the needs of all the RISE program. It said should that mean identifying additional amounts, she will do so. Applications are being processed on a first-in, first-out basis. About 18% of them were identified as having errors. If you have any questions or concerns, you can contact DRT by calling 635-1813, 635-1840, 1841, 7614, and 7651. In regional news, the CNMI Governor's Legal Counsel files an Open Government Act request for documents from the House committee investigating Governor Ralph Torres' expenditures. Tomas Manglotnia reports.
We have complied with every single Open Government Act request from the committee.
And the CNMI Governor's Legal Counsel, Gilbert Burnbrick, sent an Open Government Act of their own to the House Judiciary and Governmental Operations Committee investigating Ralph Torres' expenditures.
This is not redundant at all. This is to ensure that there's consistency throughout the entire process and parity when it comes to the information that's being brought about with the investigation.
The 12-point list of requests ranges from communications by the Speaker authorizing the House Committee's scope of investigation to transcripts of hearings.
A lot of them we've already published as exhibits, and those are public records at this point. That we can comply with. However, the legal counsel will be reviewing the other requests on the OGA.
She says the OGA does not interfere with the investigation.
You're right. I won't speculate as to why they would request the OGA right at this point. Perhaps it has something to do with the Lieutenant Governor's testimony.
While they haven't issued a subpoena to Governor Torres, his team is prepared to respond.
This is the chief executive of one of the 55 state and territorial governors, and he's afforded the right to legal counsel when being tarnished by a political agenda.
Tomas Manglotnia for KUAM News.
Governor Torres hired Ross Garber, who was recently on Saipan under the Garber Group LLC, after CNMI Attorney General Ed Manabusan advised him to hire his own lawyer to avoid a conflict in the event Manabusan is subpoenaed by the committee. It is that time of the year when the stations of KUAM gear up for the fall premieres with the return of your favorite series and new shows to look out for. And one of the most anticipated shows, which is airing tonight at 7 p.m. on TV8, is The Voice with new coach Ariana Grande.
The talent is exceptional and the competition fierce as Ariana Grande claims her red chair alongside returning coaches Kelly Clarkson, John Legend, and Blake Shelton as they vie to discover and coach the next singing phenomenon on season 21 of The Voice.
Ariana, welcome to The Voice. My goodness. We are so happy to have you as the newest member of our family.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be here. The blind auditions are up first as each coach looks to build their team. Each coach has one block to prevent another coach from getting an artist. Ultimately, each coach ends up with 12 artists by the end of the blind auditions, creating a total of 48 artists, advancing to the battles. This season, The Voice will have a live audience that is sure to bring the energy and love for its newest coach.
I've seen a lot of different coaches over the years join this panel. I don't think I've ever heard a reaction quite like the reaction that we get when Ariana Grande walks in here from our live studio audience. My ears are still ringing from when she walked out and introduced herself to the crowd. It's unbelievable.
Which coach do you think will come out victorious? One thing's for sure, Ariana is ready to prove herself.
I know that I'm new here, and you guys don't know me as a coach yet. But I want to guide you in this competition. I want to help you sing the right songs and help you get to where you want to go as an artist. I want to help you get to the healthiest place with your instrument that you've ever been in your life. I would love to work together and be your coach.
After the blind auditions comes the battle rounds. Advisors for the battles were revealed over the summer. Jason Aldean for Team Kelly, Camilla Cabello for Team Legend, Kristen Chenoweth for Team Ariana, and Dierks Bentley for Team Blake. It's definitely going to be an exciting season. Catch the season 21 premiere of The Voice tonight at 7 p.m. only on NBC TV8.
For more information and to check out the latest schedule for the fall premiere, head over now to KUAM.com. And that's going to do it for me here in the TV studios. Stay tuned to the link for more news and views.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Have a look at the Hotel Nico Guam, one of the many businesses on island that is Guam Safe certified by the Guam Visitors Bureau and carries the WTTC Safe Travel stamp.
Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase is brought to you in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau.
COVID-19 has changed many things in our life and how we carry out our businesses. During this challenging time, we feel it is important to ensure providing not only a safer place to be, but also some peace of mind that our customers feel ease. We're proud to tell you that our new safety protocol, guided by Guam Safe Certified and WTTC Safe Travel Stamp, is our new normal, because your health and safety is and will always be our top priority. It is the benchmark of our quality and standard to ensure your experience at Hotel Nico Guam will be most memorable even during this challenging time. We provide ease in both physical and mind by showcasing our footprints, and having these certifications and recognitions are some of the examples. High-touched area have been continuously sanitized throughout the days. Temperature checks at the entrance, advising on social distance, and frequent hand washing are some of the measures we have implemented. Personal protective equipment for our employees are required to protect our guests and employees. Guest rooms are thoroughly cleaned and sealed after. Tables and chairs at restaurants are sanitized at the end of each use. Although we no longer offer a self-service buffet, we have implemented action stations where your favorite foods are personally served by our chefs and staffs.
Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase is brought to you in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau.
And with your news and tomorrow, here's Kin Conception.
Buenas tardes, tigetsun tubitunut sa morgin ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Mientras sigue a San Fotina minimu contra COVID-19, makonfirma ni Guam Memorial Hospital mafatina sa diyan masenad na desisyon ni para masuspend dito di mafananaan elective surgery. Spokesperson para Guam Memorial Hospital, si Mai Habib, ilingan na ICU sa gigi kapasidad niya. Ilingan na kapasidad niya sa siga kontinuugui mansonzo, sa kuntodi ipalugi staff guihi sa siga man malango nini na mas menos yadzudanti. Pesan makad adu na desisyon, logi managahit adu at marsenden ang sina desisyon para tanar siguro na sinema asisti itaw-taw tarsiha. Todi elective surgery gi Guam Memorial Hospital sa masuspende destipago hasta kiman manai notisya. Di mas asunto, 6,562 na apas o rice, nubalin 6.7 milyon pesos sa man ma-process. Este siya sa para di ay status na aplikasyon siya, di man ma-file sa hulog gidya siya tigi September. Putodo esta ma-process ng Department of Revenue and Tax sa 24,798 na klama na tutat gwi 26.2 milyon pesos. E programa sa DBDO para kumamatigi 80 milyon pesos na apas. Logi news release sa konfirmatalo adalo na kumiti gwi magahaga no sudai sa lapi kuminipos adyo ng kantida. Ya prekaution siya sa marerek lagi finit na humalum, finit na humuzong na manera. Kasi 18 na prekaution sa manmosoda na manggaili na si. Yuto mo na sunto para pago na matis kin ni KUM News gifinu sa moru, igubetno sa justipago ko kontra at si por mabira tati at si business privilege tax. Iguam Chamber of Commerce sa manahuzong sa danako na statemento gimapos na semana no explica isan men na po di business siya gunigi isla sa pudi penesti at kung mabira tati business privilege tax gi 4% gin ni 5% ni mapapasipago sendikiki lo importante na hinanaw no sina na juday linalay business siya. Loiling yung gobyerno na maski 80% na business sa sistema manapapasi 3% na business privilege tax ay 5%. Siguro na di expanded Dave Santos Act, iling yan na gimanagahid at sa magkakasangan ni Chamber sa paray nito tax para di mas bansan ng kulo na dwenong business siya. Para Guam News Network, Guam Second Conception. Yasuto yung finutsamuro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familiang Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Haagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's, offers fully covered loading and unloading area with individual pin-coded gate and door access. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink,
brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape,
airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now. KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Four-piece band. Good morning, Her Heart. Jay, did you figure out the school thing already?
So we were asking earlier the question, which schools actually go back today? Of course, yesterday was Dominican, FD was in session, and today, Academy of Our Lady of Guam. The Cougars return to face-to-face learning, as does, well, Bishop Bob Gardner Memorial Catholic School. So Bishop goes back at the onset of the second quarter. So if you are a parent of Bishop over in Senahania, check your schedule, exactly when that starts. Infant of Prague Nursery and Kindergarten starts today, as does Mercy Heights. And that's look like as far as what the Archdiocese has put out, so that's what's coming out. So Academy back in school, Infant of Prague, and Mercy Heights back in class today. Good luck to all the little ones.
Wash your hands.
Great young minds of tomorrow.
Right on. 7:09. We got the call here to get the Mayor Allig on. As you guys know, the mayor's being enlisted, deputized to help in the COVID-19 testing effort. Mayor Allig, good morning.
Half a day, good morning. Deputized sounds so...
sounds official, right?
Yeah.
Well, it sounds a lot better than
too much of your
toggle.
time. I just wanted to just kind of go over what we're doing and be clear so that residents are not alarmed when the mayor's offices are giving them a call. So again, our efforts are really only going to be through Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. So residents will receive a call from the mayor's office staff or one of our volunteers, and we're not asking any personal information. So if there's no personal information that's going to be requested whatsoever, it simply is to inform the residents that there is COVID testing available and that it is free, and that if you're insured or uninsured, you're able to get tested and seen medically. Our push really is to identify or to help residents identify whether or not they are COVID positive. Because if you're positive, you'll need to get checked right away. And again, we are part of this effort simply because the most recent rise in deaths on arrival and hospitalizations occur from with residents or patients who are not symptomatic. And so they don't know that they're COVID positive, and their end result is not, does not fare well. So we want to help residents identify their status so that whether you need to get checked or not, whether you need medical attention or not. And so it is important for residents to get the message. So what is different from all the other things that are going on in this pandemic? The biggest difference is that we're not only phone banking, but we're also trying to address those isolated areas and those difficult to reach residents. Because we see every day, we see the JIP releases, every day we see new videos and we see new flyers coming out about the pandemic. But there definitely is a population on the island that, does not receive those videos and those flyers. Yeah. And so we're trying to reach those people. And that's our effort really, is just to get the word out to those people. And hopefully it lowers our numbers of deaths on arrival and our hospitalizations. I mean, you know what the news is, and I wanted to come on because I was just hearing KOM saying that we're coming up with the mayors will release their plan soon, and I'm thinking no, we already have a plan, and so I think people are just replaying that, and I'm hearing it over and over again. And I just, I would like the listeners to know that we have already started calling since the weekend, and it really is not to ask anyone any information. It's just to inform you of our testing sites that are available and the tier 2 clinics. And we want to be clear though about the tier 2 clinics, because we know that Tizen lines could be long, the lines at Inalahan could be long. If you are insured, you certainly can go to AMC, FHP, or SDA and get a COVID testing there for free. There is probably an administrative fee that will be assessed, but billed to your insurance, not to the resident. Again, we just have to continue to push that out, that the resident will not and should not pay for a COVID test. And the tier 2 clinics are available. Let's use them. I know there are many questions about, will the government turn up other testing sites? Yeah. I don't know, but what is available, I think we need to utilize it to the fullest extent.
Yeah. But Mayor,
so we're really hoping. Yeah.
I know your effort is to reach these people, so you're going to call them and basically, can you kind of go through what the phone call will entail? Because I know when we had you on, it was just yesterday, you were talking about the possibility of offering testing at the mayor's office, but now it kind of seems like you're going to be calling these people and saying, hey, how you feeling? Oh, you have sniffles? Well, go get tested over at any of these, tier 2s or Tizen or whatever.
So there's a script, and we're asking all the mayors, the staff, and the mayors included, and any volunteers that are calling, to utilize the script so the messaging is the same and uniform. The script, again, is an approved script that the doctors have seen, and so that we're not sending any misinformation, we're only providing information. The mayor's offices will simply read that script to the resident. Of course, if the resident doesn't want to listen to it, that they have the option to just hang up. But we want to be able to just communicate that to them. And correct, the offices will not be administering any testings at this point. There still is discussion as to what other options we can do, but we also have to be realistic in what we can actually execute, because there's a lot going on. Yeah. I mean, even in the phone banking, with the phone banking, I mean, that's difficult in itself. I mean, especially whether you're a small village or a large village, it takes time to do the phone banking. And so we won't, and then of course it takes up our lines, right? So you might see a call from a cell phone number, which is going to be okay, because it'll probably want to be one of our cell phone numbers, because we don't want to utilize our landlines. But just know that we will identify ourselves from the mayor's office, and that it is only Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. And we will not be asking for any information. We won't even ask if you're insured. We're not asking any type of information at all whatsoever. If you're feeling sick and you have questions, we can give you the answers that we do know, that we're positive about. Other than that, we will offer you the number to the JIC so that you can call JIC or 911.
Mayor, I have a question, because you mentioned very early on mayor's office staff or volunteers. If there are any people in the community who may say, I want to get involved because I realize I live in a very large village and it's going to take some time, or they may say, I've got call center experience, I've done telemarketing, I've done tech support and everything like that. If people do feel a need to help out and everything like that, how are they able to do so?
Yes, please reach out to your mayor and see if your mayor needs help. More than likely, all the mayors will need help, because again, it's just additional duties for us. So we're making it all work. But if you are a volunteer, like you said, Jay, please give us a call. We'll use whatever help we can get. Of course, we have to be careful with who we share this information with. We aren't really sending out our database to volunteers. So it is, there's some sensitivity to it as well. But yes, please, if you want to volunteer, call your mayor's office to see if you can volunteer to phone bank. Or if it's not to phone bank, perhaps it's to do something in lieu of phone banking, so that the staff who is phone banking could do the phone banking.
Many hands
but
make
I'm
light
sure
work.
the mayor's office will help. Yeah.
Mayor, what are you going to do in situations where, because you mentioned it, some people, they don't have access to videos, social media, and all of that. Maybe there are residents, a lot of people that probably don't even have phones.
Yeah.
So how are you going to go out and reach out to these constituents?
Right, and so that's part of our effort as well, is to identify those isolated and difficult areas and to go out there. And so that's why we can't. Our entire staff will not be phone banking. We'll probably have a couple people in our offices phone bank, and the rest will go out to the actual go out to the community with the mayor to identify those sites. So yeah, we are exposing ourselves to those situations. So we will be going out to those areas. Again, public health has, like in the north, public health has done rapid engagement up in the north, right? And so they know those areas. We just need to revisit those areas, because if you've only been tested once and you were tested last year, you need to get tested again. Right? And people just need to continue to know that they have to continue to be healthy, and we need to make sure that they know that they can actually go get tested for free, insured or uninsured.
Right.
So yes, what's different from everything else is that we're trying to do, we're approaching this differently by phone banking, because not all people actually are on social media and have WhatsApp access or Facebook. So hopefully those people who have phones, without those types of capabilities will get the information. That's one. And then the second is to get out to the difficult areas, like you had mentioned.
Are you guys getting any additional funds, ARP money or anything like that, to pay for the cell phone bill for this, or gas, to go out and do this face-to-face knocking on doors thing? Any kind of additional funding? I mean, it was the governor's office, right, that approached the mayors.
I'm looking at a sign. Every time you talk about it, I think about what I'm going to do. So I'm looking at a sign across me. It's a little thing, and it says, "I'm busy." I want to run over there and get it and put it up here. No. There's no. We have not talked about any additional funding for any of that, any reimbursements whatsoever. At this point, after listening to the doctors, for me, that doesn't matter. After listening to the doctors, what matters is to get the word out and let people know that they need to get checked if you're coughing, if you're sneezing. Yesterday, I had a resident who said, "Oh, I just had the sniffles." Oh my gosh, get in your car and go. And they went straight to a clinic, and they were negative, and that's fine. At least you're negative, right? But the simple cold, the simple flu-like symptoms can probably lead to something worse, can lead to, an unfavorable outcome. And that's what we were seeing most recently with the deaths on arrival. So that's what we want to prevent. So no, I know you'll continue to ask those questions, but at this point, no.
Yeah, I hear you, Mayor, that it may not matter, but it does have an impact because we all know that Mayor's office staff, they don't make a whole lot of money. And them sacrificing their time, even risking their lives to go door to door, they don't know what they're going out into. And so that's why I kind of bring that up, because somebody's got to speak for them.
I want to bring up although you're not getting any, financial resources, what about like manpower resources? Because you mentioned the rapid engagement team, right? And so if you guys don't remember the rapid engagement team, it was like the strike force of public health, and they would go into these areas where they felt there could be a cluster, or through contact tracing there was a significant number of cases, and they would basically go into these areas like Santa Ana and Derrida and test everyone. So basically what we're doing now is we're just asking you guys to call everyone in the village to go knock on these doors, to tell people to go get in their car and go get tested. Was there any conversation about, hey, we're going to do a rapid engagement team to kind of supplement the effort that you guys are doing?
So there is conversation about that, and public health is helping on the Division of Senior Citizen side, and also the HSP, their vendor, their contractor, to contact their clients, which is it's a large number. So that'll help us. So they're part of our efforts as well. As far as rapid engagement, that is being considered, and it'll just be addressed as the mayor sees fit, right? So the mayors need to let us know, particularly up in the north, if they have those sites that are difficult and they're finding it, like you mentioned, the Santa Ana area, we have the Gil Breeze, Gil Baza areas, those types of things. So we will address them as the mayor sees fit. If the mayor says this is what's going to work best for that area, public health is willing to entertain that. Again, it's about resources. Unfortunately, we have to go back to the resources and what is available. I mean, there's a lot of money. I'm not sure why we can't use it.
I wanted to follow up. This was something that you mentioned yesterday, and you kind of touched on it a little bit during this conversation. But yesterday you mentioned that the mayors were going to be talking with public health regarding the possibility that mayor's staff would be actually conducting COVID testing. Is there a follow-up to that discussion on whether or not that's actually going to happen?
So they're still discerning that, simply because of first the availability of tests and other options. And so at this point, it almost seems like it's not going to happen, but nothing is for sure yet. The public health and the doctors are still discussing that. Of course, there's some mayors that are willing to do it, others are skeptical. It's really a toss-up. I think what it is as long as we give the mayors enough information to decide on what's best for their operation, then that's where, then I'd be satisfied. But at this point, again, it's still being discussed as to whether or not the offices will be able to administer the testing. Mm-hmm. We did request, though, for additional testing sites in the villages. So what we informed public health is that the offices, the communities have facilities for them to stand up additional testing sites in the villages, and that we are open to having more testing available in our communities.
And just to go back to the going door to door, you mentioned no funding, but what about like PPEs, things like that for staff at these mayor's offices that have to go out into the community and go door to door? Is that going to be provided, or has it been provided?
Well, it has been provided. We have a boatload of PPEs.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you for asking. And I really do appreciate you standing up for our staff. And quite honestly, they hear you because we get it all the time. So, and I get it. And and you know, as much as you mention it, I get it as well. Just so that you know, we will be submitting our COVID timesheets. Whether they will be paid out or not, we're not sure, but we will be submitting them. So that was the latest from DOA. So thank you for your advocacy.
Of course.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor.
So that's all. Thank you for allowing me to come on. I just wanted to share that because, again, residents, they listen to your show because we get it all the time. But just be aware that, the mayor's offices or our representatives will be giving you a call. And it only is Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. And if you don't wish to get a call, simply hang up and we'll be fine. But thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Be safe.
Yes, there you go. Mayor Alec, the president of the Mayor's Council. We did have some comments here. Dwayne Santos comments, and it's true. I received my call yesterday. You just need to listen. It's very informative. What else do we got here? Gina comments, just drive an ice cream truck through the village and hand out flyers. Everyone runs after the ice cream truck. Create large banners to hang at major village intersections to advertise the need to go get tested and where to go. Dwayne Ginini Corazon Nija, God bless the mayor's office. This is Guam culture and belief.
And like Mayor Alex said again, if you have experience doing phones, you may have volunteered in the past for the holiday hotline. Several of us here at KUM have. And even if you have no experience, if you just feel a desire to get involved and help out and help canvass your village, your hometown and everything, give your village mayor's office a call, and they'll talk to you about how you can contribute.
Regina, again, with another great comment. Do another cash raffle for those getting tested. Every person gets a ticket. They will show up. 7:27. Let's go to the Zoom room where troublemaker Senator Jim Moylan is in there. Hi, Senator.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, let's just say I'm paying attention and putting in my 2 cents worth on how I think things can improve, especially. And there have been a few things we've been looking at continuously, and especially regarding the public safety and with GPD. And we just recently, of course, finished the budget process, and GPD could have used additional funds with all their duties that they had to provide. And we know they have shortfalls in manpower as well, and shortfalls in equipment, and we have other measures to improve that, looking for solutions. One thing our office has been working on since the 35th Guam legislature is allowing GPD to really have control over their budget. And one thing in their budget that they do not have control of is executive security. We've been asking some information about that since the 35th Guam legislature, and now looking at it in the 36th Guam legislature. Most recently, we wrote a letter to the chief of staff of the governor there, and we requested some information about how's the expenses coming along with their executive security.
Right.
And the answer we received was, we don't really control that expenses, but they're telling us they're being prudent, that they're carrying over the cost of their security. And why that's important, I think, for GPD to have control of is because GPD is paying for the executive security out of their own budget. In the 35th Guam legislature, we attempted to say, have the executive branch pay for the executive security. That costs the taxpayers, and it also has an impact on the budget of GPD. Like paying for your water. You don't get free water from waterworks. You don't get free power from the power authority. And why get free security? It's necessary. We don't doubt that the governor, the executive branch should not have security. That's not the question. The question is who pays for this? Of course, at the end of the day, it's the taxpayers. But whose budget does that come from? Well, that comes from right now the Guam Police Department. And if you ask GPD, so how much do you budget for your executive security? They may have some idea, but really they don't have, it's a blank check because this is not itemized in their budget proposal during the annual budget submittals. And that's something that needs to be done. So having it come out of the executive department, that was shot down really quick. My prior colleagues in the 35th basically said, this current governor is doing a much better job at maintaining her costs for executive security than the past governor. Well, that's not an answer. You know, things change with
Let's just start there, Senator. So they said that they were being prudent, but you were able to finally figure out the FOIA process, apparently, and you did a FOIA for the cost.
Yeah.
Did Crystal give you some pointers? Did she give you some pointers?
Sure. Yes, it's incredible. But I want to thank DOA. They did reply. So after that response from Chief of Staff and the governor saying, well, we're doing what we're supposed to and go away. So we wrote to DOA and they replied promptly and it was very helpful. They gave us three items, right? Fiscal year 18, 19, 20, and 21.
Correct.
18 was the prior administration and their overall expenses was $1.3 million. And the 34th Guam legislature was all over that administration saying, that's outrageous. How dare you? Where's your expenses? It's uncontrollable. You don't need all that security and so forth. Well, new administration comes in and in FY19, I guess, you can say they were prudent. And compared to FY18, it went from 1.34 to 1.17, a whopping $170,000 savings by our current administration. But you know, what happens next, right? And that was the time I was saying that we should have this expense come under the executive branch and not be under GPD's budget. And I mean, of course, that failed. Again, Democrat control in the 35th Guam legislature. So what happens the following year? Well, the following year, we get into the pandemic, right? Things are locked down, figuring out how to do Zoom. Chris, you were always saying, stay home, right? Stay home. Yeah. But what happened in the budget expenses on executive security? Well, FY20, it went from 1.17 million to $2.18 million. That's $1 million increase during a pandemic. And if you look at the prior administration from FY19, that's an 86% increase to the past administration. I don't think this is accountability, and I don't think this is prudent at all. During a pandemic, for the increase in security or cost by $1 million during a pandemic when we're under lockdown, when you're not supposed to be really flying anywhere, but it did. It increased by $1 million. The following year, FY21, there was some savings. It went from 2.18 to 2.02. Again, still in the pandemic. And compared that to the FY19, that's a 73% increase. Prudent? No. You know, accountable? No. Again, overall, this is a cost to GPD when they need the money the most. I'm not saying that the security should not be provided to the governor, the executive branch, no matter who it is, but it should be budgeted in the line items so the legislature can provide the money, the resources necessary so the GPD can perform their functions for the rest of the community. Right now, it's the 6% of the overall budget is provided for executive security. And they're saying that they're prudent. So that's disappointing with that going on. And we introduced a measure Bill 203-36 that we had to mandate this, unfortunately, to say provide this in your budget, itemize this in your budget, provide reports quarterly so we can see how we're tracking this, and then let's do the right thing. Is that necessary to do? Well, obviously it sure is, because the current 36 Guam legislature isn't banging on their desks like they did in the past legislature over the past administration to say, hold on, we're supposed to be accountable. We're supposed to be the watchdogs. We're the co-equal branch of government, and it doesn't matter who's in office. It's just providing the service for the people of Guam, and that's what this information has put out for us. And hopefully this time, with my colleagues, we can move this bill forward, and I won't be making so much trouble. It's the right thing to do, and that's what I hope we can get done.
Yeah, I mean, so why do you think we saw $1 million increase in executive security during the pandemic? There was a statement that came out from the governor's office that said the increase in executive security is a result of pandemic response activities.
Right. Well, I actually have a longer statement.
Okay.
The senator does a disservice to the media and the public by using numbers without context to support his recently introduced bill. To set the record straight, this administration has less executive security personnel than previous years, which the senator may not want to admit. The increase in executive security is a result of pandemic response activities and the associated special pay, differential pay, and hazardous pay adjustments, which affected both regular and overtime pay for police officers as well as all other frontliners. And that is a statement from Communications Director Crystal Paco San Agustin.
Oh, they don't even give you the governor. They stick the communications director on you.
Yeah, ouch. Right? To me, nothing more than lofty platitudes. Right? A lot of fuzzy, right? How can I be proud that, or justify with less staff, I used $1 million more in my executive security? I didn't want to say that. They did. So it sounds like you're not being too prudent at all, right? And if you're wanting to say it's due to the pandemic, well, then help the department out, Governor. Give that department the money they need. Stop taking it out of their budget. Push that close to $600 million, which you don't want to give a report on, to say what you're going to do with it, other than little darts to some minority senator that calls you out. Do what you need to do. If you feel that it's important of all your responsibilities during this pandemic that you need to increase the expenditures on executive security by $1 million, or 86% more higher than the prior administration when you said you're going to be prudent, well, then do so. And then use the American Rescue Plan money to subsidize the Guam Police Department. Don't drain them dry and then say what a terrific job you're doing. It's just hot air. I'm not wasting my time writing letters. I'm introducing measures because this administration is not accountable. This administration doesn't want to work with the legislature, even though we invited them. Right? It's a similar situation, Bree, you brought up with Mayor Jessica Alec. You're providing these services, Mayor. It's costing you money. Where's the support? The mayor was very honest about it. He said, I'm going to do my job the best of capability of what little resources we have, and if additional resources come in, well, so be it. But the mayors need their money as well. GPD needs their money as well. The legislature has no idea, other than listening to your folks' program and playing it back later on to find out where is this money going, right? And if I had to push to make it say where it should go in this bill somehow, to identify it and budget it, so be it. And if they think I'm not being honest and forthright, well, the information came from your director. I had to ask the question first to your chief of staff. I was open to them, and he said, well, don't ask me, ask somebody else. We're doing the right thing. And then when we ask somebody else, the right thing is that you're spending 86% more than the previous administration during a lockdown with less people. Way to go. You know, I don't see how I can give the administration a ribbon for that kind of action.
I'd like to arrange for you and Crystal, Paco, San Augustine to come on this show together.
Well,
I really would, because if they're, I mean, and I just think it's just a bad look when you're letting your communications director, you know, loose on a sitting senator. It's just disrespectful. But I mean, it's par for the course, really. But how do you explain that, Senator? Because she's saying that this administration is using less security than their predecessor, but they're spending way more. So how does that even make sense to you?
No, and it comes from their top. I think their PIO directors take their lead from up on top, no matter who the person is, right? It's not about the individual, it's about the leadership. It's about how the information is top down, right? And no, it doesn't make sense, Chris, and that's the bad part about this, and I just really disagree with that kind of response. How is that helping Guam Police Department? Right?
It's putting you in your place. That's what it's doing.
Oh, well, I'm a co-equal branch, and I walk where I please. So, and my door is always open for them as well, and so is theirs. So that doesn't really. It's not about that really. It's about providing the service to the people of Guam, and that's what I want to do. And that's I think that legislature's responsibility to keep Guadalupe in check, no matter who the governor is. Would I have done something different? Absolutely. I would even consider contracting this out. Can you imagine a company providing security services for 3 people in their house and get paid over $2 million annually? That's a great contract, man. You can probably bet it for 1.5 or $1 million. That's pretty good.
Maybe a cool
providing
meal,
that
right?
service.
Yeah, we'll get the first gentleman his drink and everything for the meal.
Yeah, and it's not pointed out at any individual person. It's pointed out, or it's made for how can we properly provide the services and watch over our budget, especially when we're still not going to be experiencing the general fund increase as we're hoping for until this pandemic goes away. We need to be really have our eyes on this and provide solutions, which is my Bill 203, to help improve public safety. We could actually be giving GPD additional funding if they itemize the executive security in their budget, which they would submit to the governor, which then comes down to be included in the executive budget to the legislature for the next fiscal year. And that's the main goal, right? And if they want to play the games of lofty platitudes and, fine. I can make paper airplanes out of their comments just as they made of mine. But really, we're responsible for the people of Guam and overseeing the budget. And that's my goal.
Right on. I wanted to ask you about this picture here that everyone's talking about. This you went to D.C. recently and met with pleasure to receive and collaborate with Senator Jim Moylan in Washington, D.C., who worked directly with our office to identify ways we can get funding into our villages. George Washington knew the grassroots, the people were critical to the cause during his time, and it is an understanding this during these times that we can navigate a path forward that unites us rather than divides us. And it's got a nice pic of you and the congressman there by the statue of George Washington.
Yes.
Everyone's saying this is like is this a campaign thing? Is there anything to you and him running?
Well, I enjoyed that trip, and it was something I was hoping to do for quite some time. After the budget hearing, I wanted to go visit my daughters, and I did that in the mainland. And then I took my own leisure trip on over to see the congressman. And I think that's a good experience for every senator to do. And I did that on my own budget and scheduled meetings with our congressman. and to discuss the American Rescue Plan. And I also had the opportunity through the congressman's being present there to take a tour of the Capitol, and that was a great experience. And it's really fulfilling to understand where the federal government is, and and all the way back to Guam, and how these our federal funds are being coordinated there at Congress, and eventually it comes down to us. So that exposure for me was really rewarding, and I thank Congressman San Nicolas. And there's some other things that we discussed in the American Rescue Plan. I think that the governor hasn't discussed to the mayors as well. Bree, you mentioned the funding for that, and actually in the American Rescue Plan, funding is available for the municipalities. And I'll be meeting with the Mayor Alec this morning to further discuss this, and also with our Congressman Mike San Nicolas too. So it was very opening for us. Is it a campaign situation? I'm a senator. That's all I'm gonna say, right? Sure, it's all those things are interesting discussions, but that's my goal to be there was for me to grasp more and to be in that environment at DC, and with the help of the congressman, I certainly did, and I got to. We knocked on several other Congress folks' doors. Many weren't present because they're back at their districts, but we were able to talk to their staff. This is no virtual meeting. We went around, wear our mask and everything, and got their business cards. And I'm hoping to go back there again, because there was no partisan issues going on between our Democrat congressman and a Republican minority. But it's just about finding the more ways that we can assist the people of Guam with these federal funds and what's new in the pipeline. We had other meetings also with the ancillary affairs as well. We learned about the tax refunds that were already rewarded, which I believe it was $72 million that came on out, which immediately we addressed a letter to the governor saying, pay these tax refunds then. I haven't heard a reply about that. It's the money is already there. And again, it's just being sat on. So we need more information. And without that being shared through our Congressman Mike San Nicolas, I would still be in the dark. I had a better conversation with Mike San Nicolas than having a conversation, finding out the basic things with executive security with this administration that doesn't want to share information at all. Right. So I'm glad I went, and I look forward to the following trip as well.
Did you guys talk about a new hospital? Well, I mean, I know that was what the governor impressed upon with everybody she met in DC. So I'm just wondering if anybody said, "Hey, yeah, you're from Guam."
You guys are doing that new hospital with that ARP money when you should be giving it out to the people.
Right, and I haven't heard the Department of Treasury say you can use that money for the new hospital as well, but yet it's being bookmarked for that purpose. But what I do see is that at least with the executive, right, they're looking at federal funds to help to get money through other federal grants and aids for that purpose. Likewise, our congressman is doing his efforts too. But in the ARP, the instructions from the Treasury Department, we don't see that. And I'm wondering, and I believe I've asked already the governor, show us your letter that you wrote to the federal Department of Treasury, asking specifically, can that money be used to build a hospital? I have not seen that letter written, and I haven't seen a response come back from the Treasury either. But in the meantime, we're just bookmarking that money there for that purpose. For why? Why, when that money can go into the hands of the people, when it can subsidize these other departments, when it can help the mayor's council reach out to folks to help reduce our numbers by educating folks on what's there to help fight COVID for them. Why, right? It's not being answered. So sometimes you just got to be a little bit tough, and if you want to cause some trouble, but at least come up with some solutions, and that's what we're doing as well. We're asking the questions, we're recommending some solutions, and if the governor takes it and makes it her own, like she has with the All Rise Act, then so be it. But do something. don't need to criticize me. I'm offering you recommendations. If you feel you need to, well, okay, I appreciate the attention, but it's no skin off my back. You know, I really want us to improve. I agree with the mayor's abilities to work well with the together with the branches of government, and that's likewise what I need to do as well. And that's what I'm offering our support.
Thank you, Senator. Can you send me the Zoom invite for that virtual meeting with the mayors?
Oh, okay. Okay. Let me see how we'll do this. But yes, certainly we'll forward the information that we got to you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Right on.
Thank you very much. All right.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
I just think it's funny that the administration allows Crystal to tee off on Senator Moylan. And it also is a little strange to me that she makes 20 grand more than a sitting senator. I don't know. I think we need to bump up the senator's pay, obviously, or lower some other people's pay. 750, Linda Ibanez, deputy of DPW, joining us. Thanks, Linda. Sorry for the delay. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's just go. Yeah, let's just go ahead and we'll start with the busing plan, Linda. I know that public health is now involved in helping develop this. So how close are we with face-to-face for public schools scheduled to start on Monday?
Okay, we submitted our busing safety plan to public health to accommodate all the public, private, and non-charter schools. So what I understand from yesterday, our plan is a go. They would share it with the other stakeholders. So we're ready. We're just waiting for the confirmation date of GDOE. We started busing Monday, Academy, Mount Carmel, and Father Janus.
What are the differences between the way you're busing the kids now with the new plan compared to how it was before?
So we're continuing to transport students. When we pick them up, they start from the rear to the front. The seating capacity is based on our bus pack. So if it's 80%, so we have an 84 passenger bus, there'll be 64 student ridership. If there's a 77, it's 61. And then 60 passengers are 48 student ridership. So if, for instance, in the morning, if we exceed the student ridership, we would communicate to our supervisors, school bus drivers, to send another bus to transport the students to their district school. So if the passengers exceed the maximum on their school bus ridership, we would send another bus, deploy another bus to get the students.
So before it was like 100%? Before?
So it was full capacity, but like we said, 1 week it was a learning curve. So we made adjustments. So now that the student safety plan is approved by public health, that's our guidelines and our protocol.
No temperature checks or anything like that before the student gets on the bus?
Excuse me, I didn't hear you.
No safety, temperature checks or anything like that before students get on the bus?
So, no, we're just asking. Our mandatory is make sure your kids are well, of course. If they're sick, please, we advise them to stay home, wear a mask, hand sanitize. That's the requirements before they get on the bus. We would have a same seating arrangement with the same household if they're living in, especially siblings. They would seat together. We would group them together in the school buses.
Since the start of the school year, have any bus drivers tested positive for COVID?
No. If they did, it was on the first wave, and that was through community spread, but it wasn't through our to the department or to transporting students.
I'm sorry, what do you mean by first wave?
And last year, that's when we first had several bus drivers contact the virus.
Is there a protocol in the event that a child who's visibly sick tries to enter the bus?
Yeah, so that's the issue that we encounter. That's the responsibility and liability of the school bus drivers, right? So we would contact the schools, and like I said, we procured some radio communication for our bus drivers to work with their supervisors and the dispatchers to address those kind of issues if we encounter them during our bus route. So we'll work closely with the schools to identify those kind of problems with issues. But we haven't encountered that just yet.
Do you have enough buses and bus drivers to send backup, like you were mentioning, if there's ever an issue of overcapacity?
Currently, our bus fleet is readily available. The issue that we have is, of course, bus drivers. Our hiring process is a continuous announcement. So we're going through that phase. We just recently, like I said, hired 5 bus drivers. So they're being trained and putting on the routes, on our school bus routes. So it's a continuous hiring of our school bus drivers.
So you don't have enough bus drivers to handle this?
Well, currently, like I said, we have issues with retirement, resignation. So we're working on that every year. I mean, we just hired recently, so our issue is manpower.
Okay, so you don't have enough bus drivers.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else that parents should know before they put their child on the school bus?
Yeah, just make sure they wear their masks, have their hand sanitizers, and follow the rules with the bus drivers, and we should be good.
Okay. Something else we wanted to talk to you about was an update on Marbo Cave. I know that DPW, they had issued that stop work order. What's the latest?
So the stop work order is still in place. I believe the contractor is working with EPA to address and make remedies on the conditions right now. So it's with EPA, but the stop work order is still in place with the contractor. There's no work happening right now.
Mm-hmm. And if you could kind of just take us back in terms of like the reasons why this stop work order was issued on DPW's part.
I believe they didn't follow the building permit plans on the ponding basin. So they addressed that, and they had some comments on it, and that's why they put the stop work order on. It was based on the plans and designs.
Linda, can you tell us a little bit about the visiting structural engineers that are here to review the bridges on the island?
So that's, we have a stewardship agreement with Federal Highway. And this is to address 57 bridges that is required on the stewardship agreement every 2 years. So the contract is awarded to SFM. So they would go out and do their structural assessment and notify us if any structural damage or needs rehabilitation or maintenance. So that's based on the stewardship agreement. So every 2 years, there's a contract issue for them to provide us some information on our bridges for load rating, structural, if it needs repairs, and calculation of the bridge.
What's the next step after they finish their assessments?
So they submit their assessments and their reports and projects and what is the priority in the bridge for the local, which is us, to address immediate repairs or rehabilitation. They would provide that, and then DPW will go through the priority list to address.
Are there any bridges that you know of offhand that you guys have already kind of highlighted for repairs or need of structural?
So currently we had one, it's called Ahajan Bridge down at Mauricio in Arahan. We just addressed it yesterday. Last week, we put some flow material in. So there's a load rating that we have an issue with. So they're going to complete the reviews on that. We merged the lanes. We put a cap on crossing the bridge. I think there's a load weight limit on it. So that's as far as I know. But once the report's in, they would provide us all the information on the 57 bridges.
Bree?
How long is that expected to take, this assessment?
Well, they're starting tomorrow. The 23rd. There'll be 5 days. We'll be going out to different bridges to include our highway maintenance for traffic controls. So hopefully the inspection will be done within a week. Of course, the reporting won't happen immediately, but we'll get the reports within 30 days.
All right. Thanks, Linda.
Thank you, Linda, so much.
No problem. Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Okay. Thank you, Linda. It's 8 o'clock on the breeze. We're KUAM FM. I got you, Guam. And let's get ready to head over to KUAM TV, where the show will continue with our 8 o'clock newscast. And also coming up here, we'll talk with Guam Memorial Hospital and Public Health, as well as the Department of Corrections, all coming up on the link. Good morning. Good morning, Guam, and good morning, KUAM TV. Morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Hi, Jason.
Good morning, and good morning to the returning Cougars at the Academy of Our Lady of Guam, among other Catholic schools, who probably aren't watching the show right now because they're back in class, getting their learn on, as the kids say.
Yeah, but if they were to have an assignment to, maybe follow current events,
there you go.
Putting the link on would be pretty all right.
We are very social studies friendly.
It's 8:02. Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box.
You could say we're social studies friendly. We're good for civics, government class, obviously.
Right. There's also a little bit of humor in there once in a while.
There you go.
Unintended, mostly.
You might be able to qualify for service learning by watching the link. Ask your teacher.
I like it. It's 8:02.
But you know what? You could probably qualify for service learning if you get involved with helping your mayor's office. By helping as a volunteer. So
that's right.
That is possible. If you missed the earlier interview with Mayor Jesse Allig, if you would like to help out with the phone banking campaign that they're doing, please contact your mayor. You don't have to have any particular background experience and everything like that. If you want to help make your village the very best it can be and contact your neighbors and let them know that testing is available, call your mayor's office. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Jay. Testing is available today at TGen.
TGen and in Lahan, or is in
the
Lahan
Southern Public Health Center. I believe they do testing on Tuesdays. Guys, so please get tested, know your status. Help the mayors out. If you're one of these people that you're listening to the radio or you're watching this on TV and you haven't been tested for COVID, go get tested. It's absolutely free. We love free things on Guam, and you can go. When I was heading into work this morning, the line at TGen, it was already starting to pick up. But there is that Southern Public Health testing. They do testing on certain days, and they do vaccinations on the other.
Yeah, I appreciate the fact that you actually kind of like echoed the little tagline or the slogan that the mayors are using. Because, we shared their PSA yesterday afternoon. It got a ton of views, and we shared it like late in the afternoon. But people saw it, and that know your status.
Yeah.
You might remember that specific phrase from that. That's what Protegiao used. To know your status about STDs, in particular HIV. So
correct.
That's how serious this thing is, guys. I mean,
and just for clarification, the testing is only today at the old Tizen Carnival grounds. In terms of the vaccinations, that's what's being offered today at the Inalahan Southern Region Community Health Center.
Our bad. So again, strike the record, let the record show and clear that Inaran Public Health Center is for vaccinations this morning, and TGen is the only testing site.
Or you can go to the Tier 2 clinics.
Or you can go to the Tier 2 clinics Okay.
And Mayor Jesse actually addressed that too, because people are wondering, is this going to cost anything? Because that question still comes up.
Yeah, but if you go to the Tier 2 clinics and you're presenting with as a symptomatic patient, Mayor Alec basically said that the Tier 2 clinics and how it works is they've been deputized by the governor to help with the COVID-19 response.
And he said, if anything, there may be like a little bit of a processing fee, which is minor, but it goes to your insurance.
Okay. Yeah, but if you don't want to worry about whatever kind of fee, you can go get tested over there at TZen today.
Yep.
It's 8:04. Let's go ahead and get into the news now with the very latest. Our 8 o'clock newscast is brought to you by our buddies over at Pacific Points. And with the very latest from the KUAM News team, good morning, Sabrina Salas-Matanani.
Half a day, everybody. Guam records 2 more COVID-19 related deaths, according to the Joint Information Center. The fatalities occurred last week and over the weekend. The 180th COVID-19 related fatality occurred at GRMC on the 17th. The patient was a 39-year-old woman. She was vaccinated with underlying health conditions and tested positive on the 14th. The 181st COVID-19 related fatality occurred at GMH on the 19th. The patient was a 75-year-old woman, unvaccinated, again with underlying health conditions. She tested positive on the 14th. The Joint Information Center also reports 78 people hospitalized for COVID. 15 are receiving ICU level of care, 8 on ventilators. Out of the 78 hospitalizations, 50 are unvaccinated. The vaccination status of 3 unknown, 25 vaccinated. Public Health reports 128 new cases of COVID performed between September 17th through the 19th. To date, there have been a total of 13,660 officially reported cases of the virus, with 181 deaths. 2,689 cases are active and in isolation, and there have been 10,790 recoveries. The CAR score, 36. GDOE confirms 4 employees tested positive. They were identified at Estumbo Elementary, Mauricio Martyrs Memorial School. Additionally, 2 separate cases were identified at Finagayan Elementary. To date, a total of 116,184, that's 85.2% of Guam's eligible population, is fully vaccinated. Pfizer has announced that a medical trial shows its coronavirus vaccine is safe for children ages 5 to 11. That could be a big step toward making the vaccine available to that age group, and it comes at a time when COVID cases in children have been skyrocketing. Moylan speaks with a family whose children took part in the research.
I think it's just been a really wonderful privilege, really, to contribute in this way. And so,
Dr. Richard Chung is an adolescent medicine specialist at Duke Health in Durham, North Carolina. Chung's youngest son, 8-year-old Joshua, took part in Pfizer's recently completed trials for children ages 5 to 11 years old.
I think that everybody should get vaccinated so that things can return back to normal.
Pfizer announced this morning that the trials Joshua took part in showed the vaccine was safe, well tolerated, and resulted in robust neutralizing antibody responses. Those positive results mean Pfizer will now send this data to regulatory agencies around the world, including the FDA and European Medicines Agency, for approval.
The FDA looks at this data and feels confident that it demonstrates that this vaccine is safe and effective for children 5 to 11. You could have a vaccine within a month to 6 weeks.
Former FDA Commissioner Dr. Scott Gottlieb is a member of Pfizer's board of directors.
Pfizer tested multiple doses to find the optimal dose that had the best compromise between reducing the number of vaccine-related side effects while still providing efficacy that's on par with what we saw in 16 to 25-year-olds.
The vaccine has already been approved by the FDA for use in children 12 and up. Dr. Chung's older son, Caleb, took part in those trials.
I wanted to participate in the trial in order to help motivate other kids to get the vaccine.
Pfizer's announcement comes at a pivotal time in the fight against COVID-19. The most recent American Academy of Pediatrics report showed the second highest number of childhood COVID cases for any week since the pandemic began. The spike in cases has been driven by the Delta variant, which has disproportionately affected the unvaccinated.
I'm really proud of them, seeing them kind of courageously take this step and to do so really enthusiastically. Has just been a remarkable experience, not just as a pediatrician, but certainly as a dad.
We should note that 8-year-old Josh was not sure whether he received the placebo shot or the real vaccine. He told us his symptoms were not severe. Moylan, CBS News, New York.
The White House announced today that the Biden administration is preparing to ease travel restrictions in November for vaccinated foreign nationals traveling to the United States, rolling back a blanket ban on travel for non-U.S. citizens imposed by the Trump administration. But it also means unvaccinated foreign nationals who have been able to come to the U.S. will not be able to in the near future. Under the new policy from the Biden administration, again beginning in November, foreign nationals flying to the U.S. must be fully vaccinated and show proof of vaccination before boarding a plane. White House COVID-19 response coordinator Jeff Zients, as they will also have to obtain a negative COVID-19 test within 3 days of traveling. Fully vaccinated international travelers will not be required to quarantine upon their arrival in the U.S. Unvaccinated Americans returning to the U.S. from abroad will need to show proof of a negative test taken within 24 hours of travel. As part of the new international air travel system, CDC will require airlines to collect phone numbers and email addresses from inbound international travelers as part of an enhanced contact tracing system. The CDC will also determine which vaccines will be accepted under the new policy. With more headlines, we head back to our television studios.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Half a day, everybody. Major headlines out of the Guam Memorial Hospital as rising hospitalizations has forced GMH to make the difficult decision to suspend all elective surgeries. Hospital spokesperson May Habib.
Our ICU is full. We're at complete capacity, and because of that, we need to open up any and all spaces at the hospital, which means that we need more staff. Our capacity continues to be pushed to an absolute limit. And like I say, we have staff that are also getting sick, which is dwindling our numbers in-house. So it was a tough decision, but it was the right decision to make sure that people get the care that they need.
All elective surgeries at GMH will be suspended starting today, September 21st, and until further notice. Habib also confirmed that as of Monday, there are 11 GMH staff in isolation and 8 in quarantine. Another 6,562 all-rise payments worth $6.7 million have been processed. These were for A status applications filed through September 7th. So far, the Department of Revenue and Taxation has processed 24,798 claims, totaling some $26.2 million. The program is supposed to be capped at $30 million, but in a news release, Adelup again confirmed that the governor is committed to satisfying the needs of all the RISE program. It said should that mean identifying additional amounts, she will do so. Applications are being processed on a first-in, first-out basis. About 18% of them were identified as having errors. If you have any questions or concerns, you can contact DRT by calling 635-1813, 635-1840, 1841, 7614, and 7651. In regional news, the CNMI Governor's Legal Counsel files an Open Government Act request for documents from the House committee investigating Governor Ralph Torres' expenditures. Tomas Manglotnia reports.
We have complied with every single Open Government Act request from the committee.
And the CNMI Governor's Legal Counsel, Gilbert Burnbrick, sent an Open Government Act of their own to the House Judiciary and Governmental Operations Committee investigating Ralph Torres' expenditures.
This is not redundant at all. This is to ensure that there's consistency throughout the entire process and parity when it comes to the information that's being brought about with the investigation.
The 12-point list of requests ranges from communications by the Speaker authorizing the House Committee's scope of investigation to transcripts of hearings.
A lot of them we've already published as exhibits, and those are public records at this point that we can comply with. However, the legal counsel will be reviewing the other requests on the OGA.
She says the OGA does not interfere with the investigation.
You're right. I won't speculate as to why they would request the OGA right at this point. Perhaps it has something to do with the Lieutenant Governor's testimony.
While they haven't issued a subpoena to Governor Torres, his team is prepared to respond.
This is the chief executive of one of the 55 state and territorial governors, and he's afforded the right to legal counsel when being tarnished by a political agenda.
Tomas Manglotnia for KUAM News.
Governor Torres hired Ross Garber, who was recently on Saipan under the Garber Group LLC, after CNMI Attorney General Ed Manabusan advised him to hire his own lawyer to avoid a conflict in the event Manabusan is subpoenaed by the committee. It is that time of the year when the stations of KUAM gear up for the fall premieres with the return of your favorite series and new shows to look out for. And one of the most anticipated shows, which is airing tonight at 7 p.m. on TV8, is The Voice with new coach Ariana Grande.
The talent is exceptional and the competition fierce as Ariana Grande claims her red chair alongside returning coaches Kelly Clarkson, John Legend, and Blake Shelton as they vie to discover and coach the next singing phenomenon on season 21 of The Voice.
Ariana, welcome to The Voice. My goodness. We are so happy to have you as the newest member of our family.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be here. The blind auditions are up first as each coach looks to build their team. Each coach has one block to prevent another coach from getting an artist. Ultimately, each coach ends up with 12 artists by the end of the blind auditions, creating a total of 48 artists, advancing to the battles. This season, The Voice will have a live audience that is sure to bring the energy and love for its newest coach.
No, I've seen a lot of different coaches over the years join this panel. I don't think I've ever heard a reaction quite like the reaction that we get when Ariana Grande walks in here from our live studio audience. My ears are still ringing from when she walked out and introduced herself to the crowd. It's unbelievable.
Which coach do you think will come out victorious? One thing's for sure, Ariana is ready to prove herself.
I know that I'm new here, and you guys don't know me as a coach yet. But I want to guide you in this competition. I want to help you sing the right songs and help you get to where you want to go as an artist. I want to help you get to the healthiest place with your instrument that you've ever been in your life. I would love to work together and be your coach.
After the blind auditions comes the battle rounds. Advisors for the battles were revealed over the summer. Jason Aldean for Team Kelly, Camilla Cabello for Team Legend, Kristen Chenoweth for Team Ariana, and Dirks Bentley for Team Blake. It's definitely going to be an exciting season. Catch the season 21 premiere of The Voice tonight at 7 p.m. only on NBC TV8.
For more information and to check out the latest schedule for the fall premiere, head over now to KUAM.com. And that's going to do it for me here in the TV studios. Stay tuned to the link for more news and views.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Studios, stay tuned to the link for more news and views.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
And this just in. The first advanced child tax credit payments have been processed. Revenue Tax says 15,556 payments totaling $8.4 million were sent to the Administration Department for payment. This is the first of 5 payments for qualified children between ages 6 to 17. The maximum credit increased to $3,600 for children under 6 and to $3,000 for those between 6 and 17 years old. And now have a look at the Hotel Nico Guam, one of the many businesses on island that is Guam Safe certified by the Guam Visitors Bureau and carries the WTTC Safe Travel stamp.
Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase is brought to you in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau.
COVID-19 has changed many things in our life and how we carry out our businesses. During this challenging time, we feel it is important to ensure providing not only a safer place to be, but also some peace of mind that our customers feel ease. We're proud to tell you that our new safety protocol, guided by Guam Safe Certified and WTTC Safe Travel Stamp, is our new normal. Because your health and safety is and will always be our top priority. It is the benchmark of our quality and standard to ensure your experience at Hotel Nico Guam will be most memorable even during this challenging time. We provide ease in both physical and mind by showcasing our footprints, and having these certifications and recognitions are some of the examples. High-touched area have been continuously sanitized throughout the days. Temperature checks at the entrance, advising on social distance, and frequent hand washing are some of the measures we have implemented. Personal protective equipment for our employees are required to protect our guests and employees. Guest rooms are thoroughly cleaned and sealed after. Tables and chairs at restaurants are sanitized at the end of each use. Although we no longer offer a self-service buffet, we have implemented action stations where your favorite foods are personally served by our chefs and staffs.
Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase is brought to you in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau.
And with your news in Chamorro, here's Kin Conception.
Buenos Anapades to get some to be finut sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mito gi First Hawaiian Bank. Mentre siya ay sanfotina minimu kontra COVID-19, makonfirma ni Guam Memorial Hospital mafatina sa diyan masenad dit na desisyon ni para masuspend dito di mafananaan elective surgery. Spokesperson para Guam Memorial Hospital, si Mai Habib, ilingan na ICU sa stagay kapasidad niya. Ilingan na kapasidad niya sa siya continue gui mansodzo, da kuntodi ipalugi staff gui sa siya man malango nini na mas menos yad zudanti. Pesan makad adu na desisyon, logi managahit adu at marsenden ang sina desisyon para tanar siguro na sinama asisti itaw-taw tarsiha. Todi elective surgery gi Guam Memorial Hospital sa masuspende destipago hasta kiman manai notisya. Di mas asunto, 6,562 na apas all rise, nubalin 6.7 milyon pesos sa man ma-process. Este siya sa para di status na aplikasyon siya, di man ma-fire sa hulog gi 10 September. Putodo esta ma-process ng Department of Revenue and Tax sa 24,798 na klama na tutat gi 26.2 milyon pesos. E programa sa DBDO para kumamatigi 30 milyon pesos na apas. Logi news release konfirma talo adalo na kumite gui magahaga no sudai sa lapi kuminipos adyo ng kantida. Ya prekasyon siya sa marerek lagi finet na humalom, finet na humuzong na manera. Kasi 18 na prekasyon sa manmosoda na manggay na ti. Yuto mo na sunto para pago na matis kin ni KUM News gifinu sa moro, igubedno sa distipago ko kontra adji por mabira tati, adji business privilege tax. Iguam Chamber of Commerce sa manahuzong sadan ako na statemento gimapos na semana, no explica isan men na po di business siya, gunigi isla, sa po di pinesti sa kumu mabira tati business privilege tax gi 4%, gini 5% ni mapapasipago, sendikiki lo importante na hinanaw, no sina na juda ilinalay business siya. Loiling ya gobyerno na maski 80% na business, sistema man napapasi 3% na business privilege tax, ay 5%. Siguro na di Expanded Dave Santos Act, iling ya na gimanagahit at sa magkakasangan ni Chamber sa paray nito tax para di mas bansen ng kulo na dwenong business siya. Para Guam News Network, Guam Second Conception. Yasuto ifinut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's, offers fully covered loading and unloading area with individual pin-coded gate and door access. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink,
brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape,
airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
Guam was once home to over 12 native species of forest birds, each with their own unique sound, color, and role to play in our ecosystem. However, the arrival of the brown tree snake has threatened their existence. Today, only 3 of these species still exist in the wild. But what was once lost can be restored. Join the Department of Agriculture's efforts to restore our ecosystem. It is only through partnerships with various organizations and the community that we can give our native birds a future. Support snake suppression.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUAM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUAM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Haagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line. Save money on Chinchuli this last year? They say, I know. Good morning. It's 8:29.
You know what's one thing I really appreciate about Jesse and Ruby?
Jason, what is one thing that you really appreciate about Jesse and
I
Ruby?
would like to tell you one thing that I really
I want to
appreciate
know.
about
Well, just
Jesse.
one thing. I don't have time for two
Yeah.
things. I just only have time for you to tell me
mean,
one thing because it's a busy show. So if you were to tell me like a couple things, it just really back everything up. So
I mean, for my money, they're royalty as far as like Guam music. I
Right.
mean, but Bree and I actually did the Discovery Day celebration down in Homatek in 20. Yeah, that was right before the pandemic hit, right, Bree?
down in
Does
where?
Yes, it was. Yeah, the February 2020.
Where is it at?
Homatek.
Oh.
And Jesse and Ruby performed there because Ruby is from the village.
Homatek.
Right? But you see them perform, and they still nail those harmonies. They sound as beautiful as they did, 20 years ago.
They're professionals.
Yeah, but some people say,
They snore and it's in harmony.
yeah. Some people say, like as you get old, I mean, they still both, and they both look really, really good. They take care of themselves, like they take care of their pipes. And some people say, as you get older, you can't hit the high notes anymore. But
Gotta
they
take care of
sound
your pipes.
amazing.
man.
Yeah.
They're great. Awesome. Love it. Thank
really,
you, Jay.
really nice people too. You meet them, and
That's
they'll always
two
take
things.
Yeah, other.
Hey, it's the link, guys. Pacific Points Cowboy
See,
Enterprises.
you are mathematically inclined.
I
that was
skinny.
that was not asymptotic.
Oh, God. Jack in the Box. The Daily Question with KUAM News is Tomas Manglotnia. Tomas, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. So yesterday we actually got some more help from Mayor's Council of Guam President Jesse Alec on the link this morning, and or this morning and yesterday actually, right? He's one of the questions was if it's realistic to expect mayoral staff to be trained to administer COVID-19 testing. We asked our audience on Facebook and Instagram for their responses and wanted to share a bit of the highlights with you today. Mary Torres Cruz on Facebook says, not everyone is capable of doing the job right, even if they are trained. Plus, they're already overwhelmed to add more to their plate. Also wanted to share a bit of our Instagram story responses that people type in themselves. And they write, here Ali writes, with the proper training and competency, we need all hands on deck. PNW writes here, they need to reach minority populations and have information in their home languages. So a suggestion there in terms of more community outreach. If
They did that
mayoral
earlier.
staff would do that.
Earlier on in the pandemic, and it was because people were saying, hey, we need to translate this stuff into Chuukese, we need to translate it into Filipino or Tagalog, right? And so they did it early on, just like the rapid engagement team, but we don't know, and we spoke with the mayor, we don't know why those efforts aren't being stood up again, or if they continued.
Yeah, it's almost as if we're asking the same questions.
We are. That's one thing I noticed about this pandemic.
Like 2 years later, it's like, well,
Yeah, that's why I asked
the
if
other day
this
was
was
like,
a
it's
dream.
Groundhog Day.
Yeah.
So, welcome, good morning again.
I want to ask every morning, is this a dream, guys? Just to make sure, because I feel like we've been here before.
And so some other responses before we wrap up. This commenter writing, I think the question should be, how do they feel about it? So got to ask.
Yeah,
some
did
mayoral
anyone
staff
ask them
about
how
that.
did they feel about it? Did anyone even think to say, hey, mayor staff, hey, six-pack over at the Talafofo mayor's office, how do you feel about swabbing somebody? Because how would you guys feel? I feel like it's a big deal. I feel like it's a really big deal, and they're trying to like downplay it. Like, oh yeah, we'll just train them up. Stick the thing up your nose. Because have you been tested for COVID? You have many times.
Many times, and actually that goes well into this next response, which is better to do self-administered tests can be done in drive-through setting or in line. And I know some counties and communities in the states have are able to do at-home testing that you can mail in and get your results the next day.
That is on the way because the Binax Now test that Mary Rhodes was talking about a week ago, and that presentation's up on our YouTube channel if you want to watch it. That is on the way.
Right on.
Yeah, someone else here, Penny on Facebook, adding, just teach us how to give it to ourselves. Might as well treat the COVID vaccine like an insulin shot. she even writes. And so again, that was our daily question from yesterday. We'll be posting our new one today around 10 a.m. And then also, just in case you missed that, we'll be sharing the daily question on primetime as well. So,
Tomas, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
But how would you feel though?
If I wouldn't want to administer tests to anyone else but myself if that was the option.
How would you feel though if you went to the mayor's office and you got swabbed by a staff member of the mayor?
I would be fine if they were
You'd be okay.
if they were confident in doing it. If they were told me that they're a little nervous.
But there's only one way you're going to find out if they're competent.
Yeah.
That's to surrender your nostril.
Oh no, maybe we'll have May, comment on that in terms of what she thinks about having mural staff.
Right.
As well,
Yeah.
so.
Because what is the? I mean, how many times are they? When you got tested in the States?
They told me 10 rotations in each nostril.
Dude, 10?
That's what, because it was a mid-nasal swab, so it didn't go all the way up my nose. So, it's like, I don't know if, people...
So you just go right in the beginning of the nostril?
Mid-nasal. So
mid-nasal.
Right to where I feel like you can feel where your bone is at.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. And so that was I did that twice a week, in school.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I feel like my IQ dropped because they were scraping on my brain a little bit when I got tested a couple times. Because they put it in deep.
There wasn't a whole hell of a lot to go around.
There wasn't enough. Yeah,
don't worry.
They're like, is that the top of your skull, Mr. Barnett? Oh, there should be a brain there. I'm not picking anything up.
Don't worry. The next day will be all the same, so you'll have the same memory.
Right on.
For yourself.
Thank you, Tomas.
No problem.
Thank you.
Yeah, Samantha comments in here. I wouldn't trust someone to do it on me if they weren't a healthcare professional. Yeah, I agree.
And some people are saying, utilize the medical students. Those who
like nursing students.
That's a good
right,
idea.
Yeah, that is a good idea.
We also got a lot of those. Yeah.
Nice.
I wonder how you practice though. That's a good comment by Tomas, because med students, when they're practicing like to draw blood or something like that, they say you practice on a grapefruit, you practice on like a melon or something like that.
Maybe
How
you practice on a straw.
Yeah, how do you actually practice to do like a swab and apply the right amount of pressure?
Practice on yourself.
Yeah.
Right.
None of us are in the healthcare field, but we have someone in the Zoom room who definitely is. So.
Yeah, we do. Let's go over to the Zoom room right now. We have hospital spokesperson May Habib. Good morning, May. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning, Chris, Sabrina, Jason, Tomas. Good morning, Guam.
Good morning.
Hey, May.
Go ahead, Bree.
No, I was going to say, so today is the day, for elective surgeries?
Yeah, as of this morning, we're not doing any more elective surgeries. It was a really difficult decision for the hospital leadership to make, but as the press release said, we sort of really reached a critical point this weekend where our ICU was full, was at capacity at 14, and there were more people that were needing to be admitted to the ICU, and there was just no space. And there is an overflow for the ICU. It's called Care 2, and it's right across the hall from the ICU. It has 4 beds in it that are capable and equipped to deal with ICU level care. The unfortunate part is the staff, right? And that's kind of what it comes down to, is there could be beds, but if you don't have the right staff, you can't just put patients in beds and, hope that God takes care of them, There needs to be the proper staff for it. And that's where the difficult decision was, to keep one OR room open for emergency surgeries and then redirect the staff from the ORs for elective surgery to sort of Tetris through and make sure that we can open up that ICU overflow to deal with all the ICU patients that we're seeing.
And speaking of staff, how short is GMH in staff?
I think typically everybody's working pretty much full capacity anyways. And then when you have something like a pandemic, it's not just us. Every hospital, every medical facility across the nation is stretched. Sabrina, I will tell you that there's sort of a variety of things that are playing into this, So we already sort of were going into it with just enough to keep the hospital going in terms of nurses. And we had already had travel nurses, but many of the contracts were expiring and many of them did not renew. And it's really hard to bring back travel nurses right now. We're competing with extremely high rates in the States. Nurses are tired. A lot of the travel nurses who went through the first, second, and third waves on the mainland and even here on Guam, they're tired. Some of them took the wonderful amount of money that they made and they're just taking some time off. They're human too. So not only is it a lack of the actual travel nurse availability, but we're also competing with people who are paying, or states that are paying way more. And, Guam isn't that close. Guam is kind of a big decision to decide to come and move here, or uproot your life here for 3 months, which, typically these contracts are 12 weeks. So we are having the conversations with the travel nurse companies to try to bring more. Additionally, what is also playing into our staffing situation is, we too are human and we too are members of this community. And so we're exposed to COVID. And some of our staff have either been needing to be off in isolation because they are in fact COVID positive, or in quarantine because they were exposed to somebody who was COVID positive, and we want to make absolutely sure that they're not positive before they come back to work. So these dynamics have been playing into it. I can tell you that the staff at GMH have been working their shifts and many more shifts and many overtimes and staying well beyond their hours just to make things work and to be able to care for everyone in the community.
May, we had a question here. If we could just go back to the beginning. Can you ask May to explain to the people of Guam some examples of what elective surgeries are?
I was really worried this question was going to come, actually. And I did not ask, and I'm not a medical professional, I'm a communications professional, but I can tell you that it's anything that's not an emergency. So if you are able to live with whatever the condition is, I assure you, you will continue to live with it until we're able to reschedule. I can get you examples and text you afterwards so you can answer on air.
But let me just ask
I don't have specific ones right now.
I appreciate that, May. But let me just ask: so, is a hospital calling people who were scheduled for elective surgeries and saying, "Hey, your surgery was elective," or how's that going?
Yeah, I think people know that if they're having an elective surgery, and the truth is we had shut down elective surgeries all of last year, right? So that's the big difference between this wave and last year's wave is last year, or waves, I guess, over last year, we had shut down outpatient services and all of the elective surgeries. So really, the hospital was really, really focused on emergency cases and COVID, whereas we reopened the hospital this year, right? And we allowed elective surgeries to come back. And we allowed outpatient services to reignite and have that. So in August, we shut down outpatient services, hoping that would free up enough resources to continue to deal with the COVID influx that we're in right now. And we were hoping to continue elective surgeries to keep those going because there was a backlog of surgeries when we reopened. So we were, forward scheduling all those people. But unfortunately, like I said, we really hit a critical point of needing the staff to open up that ICU overflow. So elective surgeries are non-emergency surgeries, essentially. And that's kind of where we are. That's where the hospital is in terms of needing the staff.
You mentioned staff and quarantining when the staff's positive, close contacts. Have we had any new staff infections since the last time we spoke?
Yeah, so the last staff infection that I know of was about 4 days ago. Again, household contact. A lot of these cases are household contacts or community contacts. I can tell you that right now, GMH staff, we have 11 people as of yesterday, 11 people that are in isolation, which means they are in fact COVID positive, of course, and 8 people who are quarantining. So they're quarantining out of precaution until we're absolutely sure they're negative, and all from household exposure.
Are we still utilizing the Perlis Court townhomes for the medical staff from GMH?
Right now, if there's GMH staff who need isolation, who can't properly isolate in their own homes, they're going to the isolation facility, the Gov Guam isolation facility.
Bayview.
That's right.
Okay.
Do you guys have any GMH staff that turned positive hospitalized?
Say that again.
Any GMH staff that are positive with COVID, have any of them been hospitalized or are hospitalized?
None that I know of are hospitalized, although some have received the infusion, monoclonal antibodies, to support their recovery, but none that I know of that are currently hospitalized.
What about vaccinated?
Are people vaccinated? Is the question, are they vaccinated?
No, the healthcare GMH staff that are positive with COVID, are they all vaccinated?
They are mostly vaccinated. Yeah, they are for the most part, but it might be like a few, like very few that would be unvaccinated, but most of them are vaccinated. And that's a huge message actually, Sabrina and Chris, that we really want to get across is vaccinations are important, as we're seeing and the data is showing us. Vaccinations are important because there may be breakthrough cases and you may still catch COVID if you're vaccinated, but the truth is the severity and the acuity of your sickness is far less when you're vaccinated than when you're not vaccinated. I can tell you that of the 9 COVID patients in our ICU right now, 7 of them are ventilated, and of those 7, 6 are unvaccinated. So we are seeing, I know that a lot of people are saying, well, I got vaccinated, well, I did this, well, I'm doing everything, and I'm, if I'm still gonna get sick, then what's the point? And the fatigue is real, and we feel it more than anyone, like our staff is tired, our doctors are tired, our nurses, everybody is tired too. But the truth is what we're seeing is even when there are breakthrough cases, through the vaccines, the acuity and the severity of the sickness is far less. Yes, there are people who have comorbidities who are fully vaccinated, and there is one person who passed who was fully vaccinated, but he had a slew of comorbidities. But the truth is that right now, the vaccination is one of our best tools so that if, God forbid, you do get sick, you can just go home and recover, or if you have to be admitted, it's at a very minimal level of needing very minimal care and not, the severe ICU cases that we're seeing.
Well, like you said, the fatigue is real. I know I'm kind of tired of talking about COVID. I could just imagine what it's like over at GMH having to deal with this up close and personal. So I wanted to ask about the doctors at GMH. Have you guys lost any doctors that have just, resigned or quit? How many doctors does GMH have on staff?
So our numbers are still pretty much the same. I know of 2 doctors who have recently, I believe both of them did not renew their contracts. It's not necessarily because of COVID. People have different life circumstances. People have family on the mainland. They may have come out here for a short amount of time. I know I believe 2 of them have resigned and they're coming up to leaving the hospital. And 1 left in the summer, in August, I believe. We are constantly recruiting and we're constantly working with various companies to try to get the right amount of staff that we need and to continue recruiting doctors to the island. But again, and we say this often, and this is what we talked about really during Bill 112 a lot as well, is it's not easy to recruit here, We're doing our best. We have a wonderful atmosphere at GMH, which we offer. Guam is beautiful. Beaches are beautiful. There's lots to do. There are so many pros to coming and working here. But the truth is our salaries are not matched through what they can get in the mainland, and Guam is really far. So people who do have family on the mainland, it's not as easy as say Hawaii or moving to California or moving on the West Coast somewhere. So we are constantly trying to recruit. We're not necessarily short doctors, but with the pandemic right now, everybody is stretched. Every single employee at GMHA is stretched.
Yeah, 3 doctors within the past month. That's a pretty big hit to GMH. So where are you guys in terms of replacing these physicians and recruiting new ones?
Like I said, the conversations are continuing. I believe that 2 of them are being replaced with contracts that may be coming up this fall. I'd have to get the details from our medical staff office, but this is a constantly changing situation. Much like the nurses, Sabrina, so for example, the travel nurses, we will get eligible nurses and we'll offer the contracts and we'll be ready to bring them on, and then they'll cancel last minute. So these are free and able-bodied humans who can make their own decisions, and a contract's only a contract, and they're not, obliged. We can't force them to get on the plane and come here, and people have varying demands in their lives. Yeah. So that's a challenge. That's a further challenge that we've seen with travel nurses, is not only is there a short supply generally, and that we're competing with such high salaries on the mainland, but also when we do bring them in, some of them are canceling last minute. We've had, I believe in the past month, maybe 2 or 3 that were, scheduled to come in, and they canceled last minute for various reasons, and that's just their prerogative. So I can tell you that we are very, very actively and aggressively recruiting doctors and nurses.
Yeah, and having said that, you're actively recruiting doctors and nurses. Is there a safe level of staffing at GMH?
Absolutely. Yeah, we're not at a level of it not being safe. That's exactly the reason we decided to shut down elective surgeries, is there is that need, right? So we have the staff, they are in the ORs dealing with elective surgeries. We were hoping to continue with elective surgeries because we want to service the entire community, right? We want to make sure that everybody is being serviced at GMHA, but unfortunately it got to a point where we need that staff to be on hand to deal with ICU level care and telemetry level care. So that's where that reasoning is. So there's never an unsafe amount of staff. Like I said, staff are going above and beyond, working overtime, working beyond their shifts. They're tired, but they're working and making it work. So our plea with the community is to just stick to the basics. It's working. We know it's tough. We know everybody is tired, but we're asking you again to please consider getting vaccinated if you can get vaccinated. Like we said, breakthrough cases are possible, but your acuity and severity level will be far less. In addition, wear your masks, wash your hands, and watch your distance, because the less COVID spread there is, the less demand we're going to see on our hospital. People are walking into our ER constantly with flu-like symptoms who test positive. And if they need to be admitted, those are the beds, right? So we're holding people in ER because we don't have enough beds, because we don't have enough staff. So it's sort of this domino effect, and it all really starts in the community. And we're just thanking anybody and everybody who's getting vaccinated and doing their part to help us get through this.
Right, but if you're talking about COVID fatigue and doctors and nurses going that extra mile, and obviously, they are tired. So how can you ensure then that to the public that it's safe?
I mean, we're still having staff show up. There's never an occasion of not having enough staff. There's never an occasion of somebody not getting proper care. We always have the doctors and nurses and CNAs and techs that we need. And so that's never a question. It's never a question about safety. There's always the people that are there caring for the community, even if they're coming in on their days off. The issue that we're trying to get across is that we are having staff come in on their day off. We are mobilizing every single administrative nurse. So nurses that are really just there to deal with all the administration, all the back end stuff that people don't see of the nurses' lives, all of them are mobilized to the floor so that they can help with clinical. We also have a request in with the Department of Defense through FEMA for additional staff as well to help us get through this. And it's looking positive. We don't have all the finals, but it is looking positive. We had requested 15 nurses, and the HHS team was here last week. The Department of Health and Human Services was here, and they did a tour of GMH, and they saw our need firsthand, and they know. So, but Sabrina and Chris, the entire country is stretched. This is not something that's unique to Guam. So even in our conversations with FEMA and HHS and DOD, they're saying that everywhere is needing. All the states are needing. There was just Hurricane Ida, and they had to mobilize a lot of active duty there. There's the Afghanistan exit that had to have a lot of active duty there as well. Right, so in many ways, in many facets, the nation is stretched. So they're doing their best. I know that they said that they're going into their reserves and they're trying to find reserve nurses to send our way. Nothing is firmed up yet, but we are hoping that within the next 2 weeks, we'll be seeing that influx of DOD staff so that we can give our own nurses and doctors a break. But I assure you that anybody coming into GMH will have the best service, because we'll always have somebody there. Nobody's not showing up to work.
I mean, it sounds like you guys are, I mean, if you're moving admin nurses off and doing like paperwork and data entry or whatever, and, putting them on the floor, it sounds like it's safe right now, but man, there's a lot of moving around the furniture on the Titanic there. And you're right. If the community, if the surge keeps up like this, I mean, it's only a matter of time before you're stretched thin now. I mean, 10 more people in the hospital waiting on these travel nurses and HHS. I mean, it's pretty scary. But does anybody ever just, when you talk about these cancellations or the last minute thing, Does anybody look at our situation and say, "Oh God, no, you guys are level 4 CDC. You're up near the top in the death rate, the test rate per 100,000. I mean, you're really up there. It's just really too hot." And I mean, if people are stretched thin, Guam is probably the last place they want to come to.
We don't often even hear from the nurses themselves or hear their actual reasons why. It's just the communication with the company that says that this nurse canceled. So we don't know why, but we do know, I mean, we're realistic, right? And we know that the competition is very high, that the states are offering a lot of money, that Guam is far. And like you said, our level is really crucial. Where we are right now is an entire island. So that could very well be a factor in their decision making, but we haven't heard specifically.
Can I ask just real quick about the National Guard moving the refrigerated container unit over to store COVID-related fatalities?
Sure, go ahead, ask.
Yeah, that was it.
Oh, that was the question.
Yeah, that was
it. Please discuss me. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, so we don't have an exact day and time as to when it would come. It's looking positive that we are, in fact, getting that 40-foot reefer. It's an additional refrigeration. It holds up to 23 bodies. I can tell you that our morgue right now, and the CME morgue is full, and funeral homes do come and pick up bodies, but the rate at which we're refilling is quite high. So the GMHA and this CME morgue is full, and that's why we need that additional space.
I just wanted to follow up because you kind of touched on it with regard to FEMA. So we did reach out to Frank Mansell, the public affairs specialist out of Region 9, and he did provide an update to us that the request was sent in on the 13th and for the registered nurses, and he said within 14 days they should be arriving, so that would be the 27th. Is that still firmed up? Is that the target date we're looking at for the arrival?
The 27th is not a number that was floated. I think that week generally is a possibility. So sometime next week or late next week or the early following week. Like I said, they too are very stretched, right? So they're going into the reserves and trying to find nurses that fit what we need so they can send them our way. But it is looking positive. We just don't have things firmed up right now.
Okay. We're not going to need any more tents, are we? Up at GMH.
Any more tents? Right now we're holding at our one Blue Met tent, and hopefully it stays that way, and hopefully we continue going downwards with the positivity rate or the acuity rate really of people needing to be hospitalized.
Have there been any COVID-related fatalities since the ones that were reported in the JIC release last night?
None that we've seen at GMH. None that came overnight for us, so none from GMH.
Okay. Did we do the COVID census? I'm sorry. I'm a little foggy this morning.
I don't think we did.
Can we just run through the numbers, May, before we let you go?
Sure thing. So right now, our total hospital as of 5 a.m. this morning, total we're at 179 patients. We do currently have 39 COVID patients. So we actually had 10 discharged between yesterday and today, but we did admit 4 more. So we're at 39. Of those, 9 are in the ICU. And of the 9 in the ICU, 7 are on vents. And like I said, 6 are unvaccinated of the vented.
Any children?
No, let me double check. But I don't believe we have any peds right now. Okay. Let me just double check. No peds ICU. Or sorry, no peds COVID.
Okay. Thanks.
Do you have the breakdown of the vaxxed and the unvaxxed?
I do. I counted them. However, it's based on 42 admitted. So we have released, because, as we release people, we have to update those. But right. It was based on 42 from last night. So the latest I have is of the 42, and this will be updated this morning, and I can share the updated numbers with you afterwards. But of the 42 last night when we did the report, 26 were unvaccinated, 4 were partially vaccinated, and then 12 were fully vaccinated.
May, last year during the first surge, we heard from like Dr. Jolie Nuggan and Lillian that patients who went on the ventilator, COVID positive patients who went on the ventilator, I want to say there were only a handful who made it off the ventilator. So when we talk about these ICU patients who are on the ventilator, do we have enough? I mean, have we had enough cycle through the ICU to kind of track whether or not they're coming off the ventilator successfully?
So far we've really had, to be honest, this wave has mostly been DOAs, so dead on arrivals. We did have, unfortunately, we lost one person at GMH who I believe was, but he had a slew of comorbidities, and it was a really, it was a very fragile health situation. I don't have enough evidence, nor am I medically qualified enough to be able to say, what the survival rate is for people who get vented. I can tell you that our ICU staff is working non-stop to try to stabilize people and try to lower them down to a more stable level of care. So that's where we are right now.
May we were hopefully, I don't know if you can track this down if you have the ability to, but we're trying to find out with the hospitalizations of the vaccinated, which vaccine they took and when they took it. Is that kind of data accessible to you, or is that more of a public health thing? Because public health says it's you guys.
Yeah, I do believe we have that data. I know from skimming the report that it's a mix of the vaccines, and it's a mix of times of when they took it. Some people have been, especially the older people, the Manamku, who could avail of the vaccine way early on. You'd remember in December and January. Yeah. Many of them are vaccinated at that point. Some people are vaccinated April, May, June, July. So it's really all over the place. I could try to do a better number gathering for you, but it's a mix of the vaccines. There's not one over the other that we're seeing specifically.
I'd love to get that if you have it.
Sure.
Okay. Great. Good.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you so much, May. Appreciate having you on.
Thanks so much. Bye, guys.
Bye. See ya.
Get vaccinated.
There you go. May Habib, Guam Memorial Hospital. I mean, it's good to have her on, but anytime we're getting the hospital on this frequently, it's not a good situation, right? So it's good, it's not good. Okay. Well, let's take a break, shall we? And then we're going to go behind bars. Department of Corrections, Major Anton Ogden is coming up next, right here on The Link. Good morning.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years, and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's, offers fully covered loading and unloading area with individual pin-coded gate and door access. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Listen, watch, and learn from the daily Tomorrow News updates from KUAM News. Catch them on The Link during the 8 o'clock hour, streaming online on Isla Radio, or on the KUAM News YouTube channel for your convenience. Tune in and stay informed, all while preserving our precious culture through the daily use of our native Chamorro language. Tomorrow News updates are brought to you by your familia at First Hawaiian Bank.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapaco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink,
brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape,
airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapaco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Guam was once home to over 12 native species of forest birds, each with their own unique sound, color, and role to play in our ecosystem. However, the arrival of the brown tree snake has threatened their existence. Today, only 3 of these species still exist in the wild. But what was once lost can be restored. Join the Department of Agriculture's efforts to restore our ecosystem. It is only through partnerships with various organizations and the community that we can give our native birds a future. Support snake suppression.
Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all-inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G.
Stay in your lane, cause we all have a different path. Don't worry, they all lead to the same place. Stay in your lane, no matter who's been weaving in and out. Going through the same but not the same things. Same but not the same. Going through the same but not the same. Same but not the same.
Hey, good morning. Welcome back to the link. 910.
Going through the same but not the same. Always feeling the sun.
Coming up, Chima Bakwem, Public Health. There's a lot to talk to Mr. Chima about. Tuesday, September 21st, Major Anton Uggan joins us from the Department of Corrections. Good morning, Major.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina and Jason.
Half a day.
Good morning.
How are you doing, Major? Are you stretched thin?
Oh, we're doing good. We're doing good.
So give us an update on the COVID over at DOC.
So start from the beginning. August 20th, from August 20th all the way to September 19, we've had a total of 27 positives in our facility. Of the 27, 17 of them, 12 have been cleared, 5 of them have been released, 12 of them were vaccinated, 15 of them were unvaccinated, 17 of them reported no symptoms. The remaining reported headaches and cough and no taste, several minor symptoms. Today, we have 9 males and 1 female. So we, out of the 27, we're down to 10 that are still in our custody. 9 males and 1 female that, are being checked on by medical.
These are all inmates and detainees?
Yes, several of them, 10 of them out of the 27 came in under the Guam Police Department. They were arrested, and came in positive. The other ones tested positive shortly thereafter or within our facility. But we're hanging in there. We're still doing what we need to do, working with our medical team and public health.
Are you still? Do you still have any tests that are pending for results?
Well, the numbers I just gave you were as of the 19th. So later today we'll get our updated numbers from yesterday and early this morning. We do have a few that we tested, like 30 some inmates. They tested negative. So we're every day we're doing testing, and yesterday I think they also administered 5 more vaccines Our medical staff is requesting for another batch, but we exhausted our other vaccines that we had on in supply. So yesterday and the day before, they were doing a little bit of vaccine for some of them that are requesting for vaccine. It's an everyday ongoing process.
What about your staff? Are they all vaccinated?
Right now, we have about just about a handful of staff that are not vaccinated. About eight or 10 of them are not vaccinated. Some of them are planning on getting vaccinated this week. There's a few of them that have their first shot pending their second. And so we're confident in the next few weeks we should be close to getting almost everybody vaccinated. There might be a one or two that for whatever reasons they're not getting the vaccine.
What about the inmates, the population?
Again, we've vaccinated probably our numbers change every day, so we vaccinated almost 600 people altogether. But again, we still get confinees that are coming in not vaccinated, and we do provide them the opportunity to get vaccinated. Some of ours that have been vaccinated have since been released, back into the community. So again, it's an everyday process of offering and getting the inmates, making sure trying to get everybody vaccinated. As at least we offer it, and if they choose it, we give it to them.
Okay. Any other COVID-related news over there at DOC?
No, I mean, like I said, right now we're just continuously taking it day by day, doing testing and just being proactive on our approach, trying to minimize it. We're using those warrior tents behind our general population unit. So that's where all the positives are going. So they're not actually in the compound itself, which is a good thing. And, again, we'll just stay on top of it.
What about contraband, Major? Is any of the good stuff coming into DOC?
Not in the last week, Chris. I haven't had any reports of any major contraband being found or anything on the prison. Again, we are doing some shakedowns and searches and stuff like that on a daily routine basis. So, but no, nothing has been reported lately. Nothing major.
Nothing major?
No, nothing. I mean, we do shakedowns and we find nuisance contraband, things like that, excess materials, things like that, but nothing that would warrant, GPD or somebody getting arrested.
What else is going on there?
That's pretty much it. We have incoming starting up this week, all this week, and then next week, 2 days out of next week, we still have the regular incoming drop off, family members drop off, and we're requiring the family members to either be vaccinated or show a negative COVID test within the last 7 days. Again, they don't get out of their vehicle though, but just to come up to greet our staff and drop off their belongings, we're requiring them at least to show proof of vaccination or a negative COVID test. Other than that, we still have attorneys that are visiting. No visitation. We still do not have any visitation going on yet. And we're doing okay for now.
Are you guys tired of the COVID?
It's exhausting, but who would have thought it would be, more than a year later, we're still into this. The good news is though, we are starting tomorrow, I think Thursday, we're interviewing 20 officers.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're gonna be trying to hire 20 more officers. We got the paperwork cleared and interviews are gonna be done today, tomorrow, Wednesday and Thursday. We'll try to bring on 20 more officers. So that's a positive. Our overtime is up to date. Overtime, is being paid with the regular payday. They're working on the COVID pay. Our last pay on COVID was February 27, pay period ending February 27. And so
February was the last time you guys got COVID differential pay?
Yes, February.
Are you guys not submitting your paperwork? Not filled out correctly?
No, I think we're keyed in all the way to June or July. Again, it's a process, and we depend on DOA for the processing of those things. So, but yeah, we're up to date as of ending February 27th.
That's not up to date.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's not up to date, but that's her last pay.
What are they telling you though, Major?
Well, it's being worked on, Chris. There was a while. I mean, again, we rely on DOA to process it, and again, I don't know all the details on their side, but I know they've had some challenges this past couple of weeks too. So, again, we just asked our staff to, it's going to be processed and coming. Just I can't say when though.
How much is it? Excuse me. How much is owed?
Sabrina, I don't have the money. I know I have the numbers. I don't have money, but I don't have the numbers.
I know you don't got the money.
I don't have the money. But I would have to check with our ASO on how much each payday. It's a 10%, 10% pay
per hour.
I don't really have the numbers right offhand. I have to get the ASO to check on that.
Major though, it's got to be frustrating for the guys. You know what I mean? They work these hours, and then in September, you're talking about COVID pay from 7 months ago.
Isn't it a new fiscal year?
Yeah, coming up.
Yeah, the fiscal year's coming up in a few weeks.
So you think they're just trying to stretch it until the new fiscal year hits and the reset?
No, honestly, I can't speak on that, Chris. I don't know.
But what do you tell the guys though when the guys are like, "Hey, man, Major, what the hell? They haven't been paid since February."
I mean, the only thing I can tell them is that we're working on our end. The paper's being submitted. Again, we haven't even ourselves haven't keyed on all the way to July, August, because it's again, like I explained, there's a different process on how to key in all this COVID pay, but I know the ASO and the director are constantly, talking to DOA about it and when it's going to get paid. I know they had some of their staff were out, and there were some, people that normally process it were not available, so we kind of got pushed back a little bit. But it's being worked on, and again, even myself, hopefully we get something, soon.
What was the funding source to pay out the COVID differential pay prior to February? Was it CARES Act money? Or?
You know what? Honestly, Sabrina, I don't know what the funding before it was federal funding source, but I'm not sure now where it's coming from. I mean, at one point we were supposed to find it from within our own budget, and try to get it paid out, and then work with the administration on trying to get it reimbursed back into our budget. But I honestly don't know all the specifics of where the funding is coming from. That's something we got to talk to DOA about.
Wow, and I thought the Mayor's Council of Guam was getting screwed.
Yep.
I think this whole COVID thing is it's not just DOC. It's
everybody's getting screwed.
The entire government is
getting screwed.
Dealing with it, mayors and the like.
So what's the update on the master plan?
Okay, so the master plans, we're going to be officially presenting it to the governor, I believe, tomorrow. We were reviewing it, so then after the governor gets it, then we'll decide. I'm pretty sure after that we could probably release it to the media, to the public. But tomorrow we'll be officially giving it to the governor for her review and information. And then after that we have to work on the architectural services. I know in the budget bill they did put some money away for DOC. I think it's $5 million in the budget bill for us to work on this project. So I'm confident we're going to keep moving it forward. It's taking some time, but we just got to keep doing it day by day.
And what exactly are you guys presenting? I know we said master plan, but is it a bit, from your tour that you guys did when you were off island?
So
is it just a presentation? Some pictures.
The master plan includes information that we gathered from the tour when we went off and we visit these other facilities. Again, we walked away with some good information on design, operational, policies, staffing, how they do their booking process, the flow of traffic into their facility, And so we took a lot of good points away from how they had their system set up, what they took into consideration as they were designing their facility, right? And so we got to walk like the Ohio one. It's not operational yet, but it will be in a few months. We walked all the way from the booking process to the release process to how their cells were set up in the yard, fresh air. So we took away some good things about them. They even had, like, in their housing areas, they had classrooms actually in the housing unit, so that the inmates didn't have to leave the housing unit to attend classes. They actually had rooms built in their housing unit, which is something we don't have here. And just how they did their plumbing and security, access to all their piping and electrical. So we took away a lot of good information on that we will be including in our, in our future design when we finally get an architect and we sit down with them, how we kind of want our traffic flow and things like that to work out for us. So it was a pretty good to see it operational. In Saginaw, Michigan, the jail was actually operational. So we got to see the actual inmates and how the system actually works with the inmates in the building, right? And how the staff function. So again, it was a great opportunity for us to learn more about building a new prison and what are some of our things. I mean, we even asked them, now that it's operational, for example, in Saginaw, what would you change different if you had to go back and redesign your facility? So they gave us some pointers on what to look for and what they wish they would now, if they had a second chance, they would change or add more space in certain areas. And so again, we took all that down for our information.
All right. And so what kind of facility, I mean, how many beds, not beds, I mean, how many cells?
Well, again, our facility, the one we're looking at it's a phase approach, right? And so in 20, 30 years, I think it's an 80-year plan. It's an 80-year master plan. And at the end, it'll be over 2,000 beds. But that, again, is taking out all the way, to almost 80 years. Right now, we're looking at just, 600 beds, give or take, over the next couple years. Because we understand we can't build this whole thing overnight. It's going to have to come in phases. You build it, and then maybe 5-6 years later, you build another part to that prison. And then a couple years later, you build another part. But the good thing is that we would now know how we want this to be built over the years, so that when we go to add on to the building, the plumbing, the electrical, the conduits, and all that are already kind of in place to start with the next building. And not just the building itself, Sabrina, but with these new buildings, there come a lot of support services like your medical and your dental and your behavioral health. And, all these things have to be thought out so that when you do hit that 1,000 population, all the support mechanisms are in place to support that population. Over here in Manila, they build a building, but they never really take into consideration how that's going to affect medical, or it's just a building, just one building with beds. There's no classroom, there's no office space, there's no nothing. And it's spread out, so inmates have a long distance to go. In the new facility, they won't even go outside. They don't even see the sky. Other than in their fresh air yard, where they'll see the sky, because it's all enclosed. Everything's enclosed.
Are we looking at a new prison that's kind of like vertical, like multiple,
It will be several floors high, but not like a 10-story or nothing like that, due to other concerns about being, security concerns about it being 10 stories high, right? Yeah. But it could be several floors, but it's going to be built up here within our own footprint, so we don't have to go outside of DOC. And we've identified all the space for it, and it requires us to even eventually tear down the domes. Like I think in phase 3 is tearing down some of those domes and replacing it with more modern buildings, redoing the parking and how officers, how the Guam police or them bring in our the arrestees, the route in which they come. Instead of coming through the front gate, there'll be another route that they come in more secured when they drop off the arrestees. So again, all of that, once we get an architect, Sabrina, again, all the finer details will be worked out on that.
All right. Well, thanks for giving us that update. It's kind of interesting to see, us actually talking about a new prison. I mean, and talking about, it's going to be, this multiple phase project, because I think talking about a new prison is something that's all that's ever happened, right? Talking. So
with the master plan, Sabrina, DOC's never had a master plan really to do this. So this will be our very first master plan. At least I've been here 27 years. We've never actually had a plan on how we want this to go. So this will be the very first plan for the department, so that when we do start building, we have some direction on which way we want to go. And of course, things will change over the years. You always have to revise the master plan, but at least we have a foundation of where we want to go with this prison and how we want it to look and operate. And that's a starting point.
Right. Well, good luck on the presentation tomorrow, Anton.
Thank you.
All right. Stay safe, my friend.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye.
Take care.
All right. Thank you, Major Anton Uggan. Good morning. We're going to take a break, and we're back with more of The Link next.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Haagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
This season of The Voice promises to be the best one yet, with singer Ariana Grande joining the star-studded coach lineup, including John Legend, Blake Shelton, and Kelly Clarkson.
Happen to see how last season ended? I won.
But that's why I'm here.
To get you hyped up for the big premiere, KUAM Communications are giving you the chance to win $500 daily between September 13th to September 17th for showing us how much you love The Voice. All you have to do is listen to The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM or watch the live stream on Facebook Live, and when prompted, call in with your answer to The Voice Daily Trivia Challenge. And then on premiere day, September 21st, check out KUAM Digital for a special bonus question and another chance to win $500. Visit KUAM.com for official rules and regulations. Some restrictions apply.
The Voice, brought to you locally by First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's, offers fully covered loading and unloading area with individual pin-coded gate and door access. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable, as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink,
Brought to you each week by Pure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
Set me free, I found you.
Good morning.
And in my heart, I know you're
Our phone number is 637-0094. Morning, Jay.
Good morning. I've heard this song at more local weddings, probably than, including Sabrina Salas Matanani's wedding.
The way you make me feel.
Yeah, it's Tinapu.
And that other one, what are you doing for the rest of your life?
Yeah, kind of busy.
What are you doing for the rest of your life? This show.
9:35. Let's go to the phones. We got a guy here who wants to talk about the benefits of vitamin D. Good morning. Welcome to The Link. Hello?
Hello, I'm here.
All right. What's up, sir? What's your name?
My name is Malcolm Parkins.
Okay. Malcolm, welcome to The Link. So you want to talk about vitamin D?
Yes, I appreciate you having me on. I've been commenting on some of your posts about promoting the benefits of vitamin D, and I'm surprised that with all the data available, no one is speaking much about it. As a preventative measure, reduction in viral load if you contract the virus, and reduction in hospitalization.
Okay. So why don't you tell us then about the benefits of vitamin D?
Well, I mean, I'm just looking at data that I've come across through my own research,
Mm-hmm.
and I have, there's a correlation between deficiency and in this one study, quadruple death rates. I'm just reading the papers in front of me. I'm not a doctor, but I'm just see other doctors promoting alternate methods, and I don't hear anybody talking about it. There is some pickup in the comments as far as people mentioning different studies, but
Actually, I think when the doctors come on, when they talk about a cocktail of vitamins that you can take when you test positive, I want to say vitamin D is one of them.
Mm-hmm.
So they say vitamin D, zinc, vitamin C.
yeah. But there's, it's also a preventative measure. If you, I just read something early today, so 80% of people who passed were deficient in vitamin D.
Yeah, I think that probably a lot of people who pass are deficient in a lot of vitamins, right? Because they're not exactly the healthiest people living with those comorbidities.
Yeah, vitamin D is the sunshine vitamin.
Yeah, among other things.
But sometimes in places where warm places like we're in, a lot of people tend to stay out of the sun because they like the aircon. But I mean, without taking a test, I mean, how do you know where your vitamin D levels are? I'm just saying that there's lots of studies showing that there is a correlation between deficiency and poor outcome.
So you just want people to take their vitamins.
I want people to be aware that there are alternate methods that people can be healthy. I haven't heard much promotion of stress relieving because of people under a lot of stress, people under a lot of fear, which that also contributes to poor, immune system. Which the immune system is which is what is fighting the virus.
I want to disagree because I feel like since the beginning of the pandemic, the people that we come on have consistently talked about the importance of getting exercise, especially during this time.
Yeah, okay, exercise, but nothing. What about mental health, ways to reduce stress, healthy ways to boost your immune system, such as vitamin D, vitamin C, zinc, quercetin.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Malcolm, for sharing your perspective.
Good word, man.
All right, I appreciate you having me on.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, anytime.
You stay safe.
All right, you too.
Okay.
Okay, my friend.
Get your vitamin D.
Got it.
All right.
There you go. Words to live by. Get the D. Got vitamin D, guys. Malcolm.
Yeah, remember I bought vitamin D 4 weeks ago. I got a supply of vitamin C and a separate bottle of vitamin D and a separate bottle of vitamin zinc that I wrap up each day in a napkin and I give to Bree when she comes in at like 4:30.
Yep.
That's
sure
our daily
does.
routine.
Wow. And I feel good.
And it's the chewable kind too.
Oh wow, that'd be pretty cool to. So you really care about Bree's health and well-being.
Yeah, I mean we spend half of our work week in this room together,
Right,
the four
yeah.
of us and everything.
That's really cool that you take care of Bree like that. So you give her. You're saying you give her a cocktail of vitamins every morning.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, because I come in, at a early time.
How about you, Joe, sir? Do you get the vitamin cocktail? You don't. So, okay. So I guess we know who's expendable around here. I guess you know who Jason really likes working with.
Well, Joe Sir also takes, you take what, a multivitamin every day, right?
Yeah.
And Joe Sir also takes fish oil. He always touts that. Yeah.
Okay, I guess I got to buy my own vitamins. BYOV.
And you can come in at 4:30.
I want to be there when they hand it out. Is that what time vitamin communion is?
Yes, it is.
Joe Sir also takes a lot of the vitamin CP, the crispy pata.
I don't know. Chiba was supposed to come on, but
the meeting ran long.
They have a meeting with the governor at 8:30, so I don't know. We might have to reschedule with him. But I'm going to take a break, and then we're going to come back and do Cover Me.
All right.
But, yeah, so, guys, good message the guy had.
Yeah. Thanks, Malcolm.
Yeah, that was a good one. Not crazy talk. He's just saying, hey, get your sunshine, get your vitamin D. You know what I mean?
Chris eats daily doses of vitamin E, the empanada, too.
Go on. I feel like you got a lot more to say.
No. Yeah, and that is true because vitamin C is, of course, the citrus vitamin that's very common in oranges. Vitamin D is, they tell you, and that's one of the reasons they say go outside, run outside and play, everything, because the sun is a natural source of vitamin D, but it's also concentrated in a little form. Zinc helps you get over colds and recover from it like a lot faster. But yeah, that's and what did Malcolm actually say that? Was he recommending that everybody should be taking this as a form of preventative medication, or if you're already feeling
specifically
symptoms?
Preventative.
Okay,
yeah.
But
I do give you your vitamin B every day.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do. I get too much of the vitamin B.
But Dr. Ho was also saying if you do develop symptoms that are common with COVID, he highly recommends taking vitamin D and zinc to help you get over those symptoms.
Yeah. So when my son got the COVID, the prescription, he's 17. He was 17 when he got it. It was like baby aspirin, zinc, vitamin D, all those things. Yeah. So, guys, I mean, it's important, and I think the pandemic is really. I mean, I'm grateful because it looks like more people are out there trying to do something, right? And God, this thing has been so long that I was doing stuff and I was feeling good, and then You know what sucks is when you kill a good workout at home and you go to the store and then someone's like, hey, what, you get a pandemic stomach, bro? Yeah, that was me yesterday. I did my whole kettlebell thing and I went to the store and first guy saw, I was like, hey, what are they? And I know people are comfortable with saying those kind of things on Guam. But yeah, guys, it's tough. A lot of people at the beginning of the pandemic were trying to get fit and then the holidays hit. When I say a lot of people, I'm talking about me. I'm a lot of people. They were, dude, I was doing good last year. But then the damn holidays.
But you know, I remember.
And now it's September. What the hell?
But it was our friend Dr. Michael you know, at One Love Pediatrics, who was actually saying last year, and he was like, around this time last year, and he was saying, hey man, you know, like even though we're on lockdown, you know, try and walk around your neighborhood. You don't have to actually go out or go to a gym to do some sit-ups or to.
Because there's a lot of like super healthy people that are saying that, oh, no one ever talks about being healthy. And I just got to disagree. Maybe you guys weren't paying attention, but that's what they've been saying the whole pandemic. Even when we had to stay home, they were like, hey, Dr. Akamoto's like, if you're going to walk around your yard, walk around your yard. You know, do some exercises in your house. So they've always said, since the beginning, guys, that exercise and being healthy and eating right and doing all the things that you do to boost your natural immunity are great things to do during this pandemic. That's why I got to scratch my head when you get a lot of people out here like, oh, they never talk about being healthy. Well, they have been talking about being healthy because they're doctors. That's all they talk about. They never shut up about it.
But, you know, I appreciate the fact, I really appreciate the fact that Malcolm also brought up the part about being mentally healthy too.
Yeah.
Because as we talked about with Therese Areola from Jibwick and everything, like there is the physical side of COVID, but the mental stress that everybody's going through lasted way longer than last year's lockdown.
For real. We need to have an episode where we just talk about our mental health. Because, guys, it's affected everybody.
Remember the boss in the back? She said she was actually concerned, Marie was, about the four of us and us having like some sort of PTSD.
I'm pretty sure there's something
about this
yeah,
stuff.
there's something majorly wrong with us. They're in denial about it. No, because I mean, think about it.
Denial is the first step.
I mean, you got to like come on and, you know, we listen to all this stuff about people dying. And, you know, the hardest thing for me, though, is just the incompetence that we sometimes hear on the show. Because, right, the people that are coming on the show, like, we're trusting them as our leaders and government officials to kind of, like, know what they're doing. And so, for me, what stresses me out is when you get someone who's in a position and making decisions that affect people's lives, right? And then to find out they're, like, a total idiot. That stresses me out a lot. Anyway, 9:45. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to go take our vitamins, and we're coming back with Cover Me on this Tuesday morning. Good morning.
KUAM's
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's, offers fully covered loading and unloading area with individual pin-coded gate and door access. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
93.9 FM.
Sense. Gravitational pull in the world where I exist. Continuation of this music, do the best that I can give as I live day to day in the present and forget. Try to change my ways on the path that is given. Been a long and crazy road, still I push up for the biz. Drizzle love over the track with some pride for a bit of unmistakable taste. Waste not when driven. When the fire is ablaze, cool the heat down. No more skit. Worked in and out of doing music, so you can say I live for this. Mind, body, and soul.
Welcome back to the link where we have information. We pass along the information of like vitamin D being good for you along with zinc. We have interesting interviews, of course. That's why you tune in here. We interact with each other. This is a safe place, guys. And you know, one of the things that can keep us all calm, keep us in a really good mood is good music. And we celebrate local artists here. And we have another talented local performer brought to you by Burger King and Docomo Pacific. Here is today's Cover Me artist.
You're sweet, yeah. I could kiss you from your head to your feet, yeah. Me and your mama couldn't be more pleased with you, 'cause your affection is a delicacy. So just let me hold you tightly to show you love. I'ma sing goodnight and it, ooh, yeah, yeah, ooh,
mababaitiku, oh yes. Afaulili iunanai, oh yeah. Sapwedi hamahoni iasham, na ulili, apapulili, apanu, harukwa, yeah. Mongi how, yeah. Mongi how, yeah. I don't know how you got into my life, it's the best thing for me. Mongi how, yeah. Mongi how, yeah. Masta una todo, oh, Mongi how, yeah, yeah. Mongi how, yeah, yeah. I don't know how you got into my life, but it's the best thing for me. Mongi how, yeah. I don't know how you got into my life, but it's the best thing for me. Yeah. Mongi how, yeah. Ooh, Mongi how, yeah. Nasa una todo, oh, magkahigwi. Yeah.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years, and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With Money Map, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light, or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With Money Map from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's, offers fully covered loading and unloading area with individual pin-coded gate and door access. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
All right, guys. Be safe out there. Be a rebel. Don't get COVID. Okay? But if you want to get tested, you can do so at T10. If you're trying to get vaxxed.
Down in Inalahan. Beautiful Inalahan. Make the trip down there. You're good. Come for the trip. Stay for the vaccine.
Come for the vaccine. Stay and check out the beautiful South, guys.
And you know what? If wear your mask, wear your gloves, and stop by Papa Nijuk store because they have some amazing food down there.
They have some Korean food down there.
Yeah.
All the stores, man. I'll just tell you guys, as a former resident of the beautiful southern village of Inalahan,
right on the bay.
Every store in that village has something good to eat. That's just how we do in the South. Up here in the North, it's like hit or miss. You know, you guys got like one or two places. In the South, though, it's like everywhere. It's just popping.
And they make you feel like family, like you're in there.
Yeah, they do. 10 o'clock, guys. KUAM TV. Thank you, guys. Facebook Live, thank you so much for your comments, your kind words, your emojis. Good job today, Bree.
Oh, good job.
Yeah, she's busy wiping over there, the sanitation queen. What kind of wipes are you using now, Bree?
Panico.
We're back to the generic ones. That's where our budget's at.
Is that the one from Korea?
Show it to the camera.
Oh, I don't know. Where did I get these?
Those look like $4.99.
I got it at like the mom and pop store.
Yeah.
In Maville. Sport local.
There you go, guys. So Bree's using that one. Then Jay's got, of course, the fancy eucalyptus wipes.
Yeah. Well, Bree's also got the nice diffuser, the eucalyptus and peppermint. So it smells real nice in there. And then Bree's got her own
concoction.
Yeah.
Spray it with a little extra.
Yeah, that's probably a violation of some sort. That's probably like a EPA violation.
We call that the Frankenliptus.
Yeah.
It's I got like your violation.
140%.
It's alive.
It's like 140% alcohol. It's 10:01, guys. KUM TV, it's been great. Joe, sir, good job today. Be safe, okay? We're leaving you with your favorite song, which is coming up next, right here on The Breeze. This has been another episode of The Link, brought to you by Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, ITNE, and Jack in the Box. Esta.
Happy Tuesday.
Adios.
Feel the music.